What's up, and welcome back to another episode of Gizmo Slip Tech. Today we're doing the MSI Raider 18HX with an RTX 5080. We've got a whole bunch of things planned for today, as you can see. Got 10 games to test for you, and we'll be unboxing it, checking out the BIOS, flex test, weight test, display testing, CPU testing, RAM testing, and then of course a bunch of games. So hopefully this is helpful for everybody. And we'll have to see how MSI's laptops stack up against the Scar 18 and Legion Pro 7i, which I've already reviewed, as well as the Asus Strix G18. And we're going to go over the biggest pros and cons right now. So let's take a look at the laptop that we'll be reviewing today. So I've got Rocky here with me. He's going to be a bit of a distraction sometimes, but he's a cute boy. So hopefully we'll put up with him just fine, or he'll put up with us just fine. Yeah. Without being too crazy today. So this is the MSI Raider 18HX AI, Intel Core Ultra 9 285HX, which will be the first time that we'll be testing that today. RTX 5080 in here, 175 watts, 64 gigs DDR5, 6400 according to the spec sheet, and a 4 terabyte SSD, UHD 120 Hz mini LED. So notice the nice upgrade you get on this compared to a lot of the competition. 64 gigs is a nice upgrade. Usually 32 is standard, and it's supposed to be 6400. And then it's a 4 terabyte SSD. All right, so that's also much bigger than normal, which is important. A lot of games these days are very large. Some of them are up to 300 gigs or more for one game now. So obviously the biggest thing here is that it's a UHD 4K plus 120 Hz mini LED. So, and I don't believe they've improved the bloom on this. So that's probably one of the biggest cons, is that this display does have a lot of bloom with bright objects on dark backgrounds. So I would say that that's probably the biggest con for me, and the fact that this also does not have G-Sync or Advanced Optimus. Now, I don't think you necessarily have to have those on every single laptop, but when it comes to a 4K display, I feel like the crispiness and the smoothness of the gameplay, in particular when you're getting like between 40 and 60 FPS at the 4K resolution, in some of the latest games, you're going to see those screen tears happen sometimes, or at least I think you will. We'll have to see how we do today. But overall, he keeps trying to chew the cables, so I have to keep grabbing him. I know, you love cables. Yeah. I'm trying to train him to not go after the cables. There's a lot of cables in my place, so it's a bit of a trick, a bit of a chore to keep him from being a bad boy. Anyway, all right, so let's talk about the best competing laptops that are on the market for the MSI Raider 18HX as well. So first, the MSI Vector 18A18HX, and they also have an Intel version of this, but with this one you get a Ryzen 9 9955HX, which I think is a little bit better CPU than the Intel, and it's got an RTX 5080 with a bit slower RAM, only 5200, DDR5 5200, and a QHD 240 Hz display. So I think that display is actually going to be a much better display than the one they've included on the Raider. So at least for most gamers. Now, unless you're like a Photoshop video editing enthusiast that really wants 4K and an 18-inch chassis, then maybe the Raider is the one for you. So it really depends on what you're looking for. But the nice thing here is the price tag. Right now it's only $26.99, which is a full $1,000 cheaper than the Raider, and it's the same GPU. So, I mean, in terms of value, the Vector is obviously designed to cater more towards the value with, there's no light bar in front, but it has the same external chassis as the Raider. So I feel like from a value perspective, the Vector is likely to be a better buy. There's also a Crosshair 18HX, I believe. That's an Intel. So MSI has a lot of 18-inch models this year. They have the Vector, the Stealth, the Titan, the Raider. The Raider, I would say, is going to be the flagship for most people because it's going to be not overly priced too much compared to the other top flagships, but it's just going to vary from what you need in a laptop. Okay, so Strix G18 did not come up. Here it is. Okay, the Strix G18 This is probably one of my favorite 18-inch laptops on a more reasonable budget. So basically we're looking at the Intel Core Ultra 9 275HX RTX 5080, 32 gigs of DDR5 5600, and a 2 terabyte SSD, QHD plus 240 hertz, 500 nits, 100% P3 color gamut. And I've actually got the Asus Strix G18 right behind me, over on the shelves over there. And the nice thing about this one is that it is quite a bit cheaper than a lot of the other top spec, most premium laptops. Well, this one does have a lot of nice premium features. Like it's got a 360-degree light bar with a toolless bottom to open the bottom up, and it's got a very nice cooling system in it, still the same one as the Scar 18, and it's got some pretty nice ports as well on it. So the toolless bottom even works for the SSDs. So I really like the Strix G18 from a premium features as well as ease of use perspective. And it's not grossly overpriced for the money. Like it's more reasonably priced for what you're getting inside of the chassis. You also have Razer Blade 18. This is another 4K plus 240 hertz though here, so not 120 hertz. It's going to be a lot better for esports. The 120 hertz on the Raider, it's just not enough for me for esports. So for esports gamers out there, I don't think the Raider 18HX is likely the one you're going to want to go for. Whereas the Blade 18, if you're going for a 4K and you want to play esports quite well, this one's not only a 240 hertz 4K plus, it's also 440 hertz full HD plus. So if you really want to go to esports focus, you can certainly do that with the Blade 18, but the Blade 18 also costs even more than the Raider. Now, another potential option is going for the Alienware Area 51M with the Intel Core Ultra 9 275HX. Now this one has a 5090 in it, and notice how it's only $200 more than the Raider right now. So in terms of value, the Raider is definitely going to provide less value, less bang for your buck than the Area 51M. And I'm not sure what the 5080 version costs. Let me see if I can find that. Close this. So this is my laptop list. If you're not familiar with it, I highly recommend checking it out. But let's see here, 5080 is going to cost right now $34.49. So it is undercutting the price of the Raider by about 350 bucks, but it's not the cheapest 5080 on the market, that's for sure. Now another one to consider, of course, would be the Scar 18, which is very similar to the G18, just slight premium upgrades. But I would say that if you're after the most premium laptop for your money, you could consider getting the 3D-enabled Legion 9i with an RTX 5080 and a 275HX. Of course, you could go for the 5090 version of any of these, or the 5070 Ti if you want even more value or bang for the buck. What's up, chat? I see you guys in here. Semlify has the #1 icon next to his name. I wonder what that is. What does that mean? I'm guessing that means you're a top commenter, I think. Anyway, congrats on your channel badge, or you're a member. I'm not sure which. Okay, so Legion 9i, Intel Core Ultra 9, 275HX, RTX 5080. Downside here is it's slower RAM, and the big upside though is that it has a 3D naked eye, like 3D for your eyes without 3D glasses, called I think they're calling it like naked eye 3D or something like that. But basically, it tracks your eyes and uses a lenticular display to send those pixels to your eyeballs at left and right alternating to split that light and make you see 3D without any kind of like wearing glasses fatigue, or like a VR headset usually weighs a lot on your head and clamps down on your head, and this would allow 3D without needing any kind of external headset apparatus to basically go on your head. So and I have seen this effect on an Asus and Acer laptops in the past, and I did like the 3D. It was very clear, and yeah, but for certain types of games it's not work very well. I don't think first-person shooters would be that great with it, but 3D adventure games like Elden Ring would probably be amazing with it. I have to actually test it out though. I'm hoping Lenovo will send me one of these to test sometime soon. But you can see this is one of the most expensive 18-inch laptops with 3856 for the price right now. And that's even with it being partially on sale. I mean, there's a lot of sales going on right now. And if you're after a top deal right now, I recommend checking out what we got on the top deal section right now. $699 for a 4060 Lenovo Lock. We've got a 5060, so the next gen 5060 for only $1,014. It's pretty impressive. Legion 5, $1,189 for a 5060. The Zephyrus G14 5060 is also on sale right now for $1,349. Very nice. Omen 16 Slim with a 5070 for $1,379. We've got the Strix G16 with the 5060 or the 5070 Ti. Wow, 5070 Ti for only $1,440 or $1,549 right now. That's one of my favorite deals on this for sure, because you get a nice Dragon Range CPU, a 5070 Ti, and it's only $1,549. That's pretty crazy, actually. Then you have the Zephyrus G14 5070 Ti, also on sale, $2,049. So if you want something slim and powerful, I would say that's a great one. Then you have the Lenovo Legion Pro 5i and the MSI Vector 16HX with a 5080 for $22.99. So the Vector series being very similar to the Raider series. We're doing an 18-inch, but they're the 16-inch too. And what I'll say is the Vector series is a very impressive bang for the buck, but again, missing G-Sync and Advanced Optimus. So if you're after GPU performance though, the Vector, definitely one to take a look at, especially when it's on sale like it is right now, because you can get a 5080 version for the price of what a lot of 5070 Ti laptops are set to go for. So why does it have a 4K display though? So people like 4K displays. I mean, let's face it, QHD is great. I think it's great for motion. And I think it's very difficult to tell the visual difference between QHD and 4K. And they do offer a QHD 240 Hz display option on the Raider, but that's not the one that I was shipped to. The review unit that was provided to me from MSI, which I can show you the box here. Okay, now audio should be back. This laptop was provided to me from MSI, so big shout out and thank you to them for sending this over for me to review. But this one is a 4K display, it's a 4K laptop, and it's only 120 Hertz. So for those reasons, it's harder to be like, yeah, this will be my top recommended for the hardcore gamers out there. But for people that want a 4K display for the detail, I mean, really, it's the fine detail that people want the 4K displays for things like watching movies, playing AAA games, as well as like Photoshop and video editing type of tasks. 4K just provides extra PPI or pixels per inch for your eyes to see all the crazy little details that you want to see. But when things are in motion, I think it's really hard to tell QHD from 4K at this size of display, just because the details gets lost in the motion. And so to me, QHD 240 Hz would be the better display option if you can get it. Now, let's quickly go over my top 3 biggest pros and cons. So biggest pros here are high performance chassis with a very high quality chassis, great keyboard and mouse, good port selection, and your performance should be on point with this chassis. You should be getting top tier performance with this one. We'll see how we are today in our actual tests. Now, biggest cons: the lack of G-Sync and Advanced Optimus. It doesn't feel great when you're spending nearly $4,000 on a laptop. I feel like that is something MSI needs to put in here, especially on a 4K display where you're more likely to get screen tearing because of the increased resolution and the lower average FPS. The other thing is the bloom on this 4K mini LED display is one of the most pronounced blooms that I've seen on any gaming laptop. And so we'll take a look at a bloom test today as well to show you that. Now, if you're generally dealing with brighter content, video games in brighter environments, you're not going to notice a bloom ever, pretty much, because it only happens on dark backgrounds with light objects. Now, if you like playing horror games with like darkness and then fire effects or flashlights and stuff, the bloom is not going to be very good. It's going to be very noticeable in those types of situations. And for that reason, I think the mini LED in this one is one of the worst out of the mini LED options in the 18-inch chassis. I don't think MSI has improved it in the last couple of years. So that's probably the biggest con to me. But yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's go ahead and get into the unboxing. All right. Which keyboard am I using? I just use the laptop keyboard. That 4K is an OLED? Yeah, well, yeah. They also sell a lower resolution one, but not the best screen. Yeah, I don't think the lower resolution displays have mini LED options. I think they're just like 400, 500 nit IPS displays, which are very good still too, but need to actually test it. I don't know what their current 2025 QHD 240 Hz displays are running. So let's get into the unboxing. Ahmed asks, hi, by the way, random question, what's the best overall gaming laptop in 2025 if price does not matter? Tough to say, it depends on what you want in your laptop. For portability focused laptops, you're probably looking at the Zephyrus G16, G14, or Blade 16. For laptops that are focused on like large and portable, like Scar 16, Legion Pro 7i, those are probably my top two picks in the 16-inch category. Then you go up to the 18-inch category, Legion 9i, Blade 18, and maybe Scar 18. Those are probably the top three picks from me, at least, currently. Obviously, for the most performance, going for something with a 9955HX3D CPU in it is going to give you the best overall performance, which I can't believe I didn't put that into the comparison here. The Raider A18HX has the 9955HX3D CPU. So it's going to be the same chassis with a 5090. And so this one is likely to be equal to the best performance that you can get in a laptop, which I think is very tantalizing. But again, mini LED with a lot of bloom and no Advanced Optimus or G-Sync. So those are the main downsides if you were to go for this. But in terms of how does the 9955HX3D versus the Intel 275HX actually stack up, the biggest pros and cons there are going to be performance will be better on the HX3D and the battery life will be better on the Intel. So you're looking at 3 to 4 hours probably on the HX3D, and with the Intel, you're probably looking at 5, 6, 7 hours. An extra two hours of battery life is what I would estimate with the Intel based on my experience so far and on the battery life tests that I've seen. So obviously it'll depend on what settings you use when you do your battery life optimization. But so like the Neo 16 is going to be your best performing gaming laptop probably this year overall. But then you have laptops like the Legion Pro 7i, which appear to be using a higher GPU power limit. Those ones are going to be a little bit better in GPU-bound game performance as far as I can tell. Though I am going to do a Neo 16 versus Legion Pro 7i benchmark comparison if I can. I don't know. We'll see if I can put that together. I don't think I have that. I don't think I have the exact data to line up precisely on those. Maybe. The thing is, the Legion Pro 7i they sent me was a 5080. And the Neo 16s that I've got back there are 5090s. So it's hard to do a head-to-head comparison. But I did test a 5080 Neo 16 with the HX3D as well. So maybe those benchmarks would still be valid. What about future-proofing gaming laptops that may last for a few years? If you want a gaming laptop to last for as long as possible, obviously you want to get the most powerful laptop with that meets your portability requirements with the highest level of performance that you can get, right? That said, I think what a lot of people do is instead of trying to get a laptop for 5 years, they'll instead go for like a upper middle tier, say like a 5070 Ti or maybe a cheaper 5080, and then they'll buy a new laptop every 2 to 3 years, allowing you to keep getting the new generation of products while at the same time spending about the same amount of money as buying one every 5 years, but instead of getting the top tier, you get like upper middle tier, and every 2 years you can upgrade every new GPU generation, basically. And that's probably my recommendation if you want to keep staying on top of the latest technology. Now, if you obviously want to go for a 5-year or maybe even 6, 7, 10-year time period, I do recommend just going for the highest VRAM you can get and the best CPU, GPU that you can afford to make it last as long as possible. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the unboxing. I could answer questions all day. I appreciate all the questions, but we're going to try to keep it on topic because this is about the Raider 18HX. So let's get into the unboxing. So this is the external of the box. You can see Raider 18HX AI A2XWIG. Got nice MSI branding on here. Let's pull this down, lay it down, and we'll go ahead and go to our top-down viewpoint. All right, so here is the laptop. And here is a quick start guide. I did, of course, install drivers and update everything on this laptop already, install games and stuff, and do some of the tests at least ahead of time. So this is their little warranty guide card. Dragon Forge Dominance, thank you for supporting MSI. Let me see if it's on this card. Saying to register your product for exclusive early bird benefits with the QR code. So that's, I wonder what they come with. I don't know. MSI's customer help support line here, 1-888-447-6564. And it's Monday through Sunday, 24 hours. So I think that's 7 days a week. I think 24 hours. That's actually really nice if it's a 24-hour support line. And this comes with a 12 months limited warranty. All right, so it's going to cover most of the things that break on a laptop, at least during the first 12 months. You can also see the initial scan card here. You can see where all the ports are, the names are, and all that. You can pause that and take a detailed look at this if you'd like. But we'll be going over all of this in detail in today's video, so don't worry. All right, let's put these back away again. And let's go to our top down. So the laptop's inside of here. Let's lift this up. And we'll take this out. Voila. You can see that Rocky may have put a few of his little paw prints on this guy while this laptop was waiting to be reviewed. But for the most part, this is quite a nice material. Got a metal top deck with a LED RGB logo here from MSI. This, I believe, is plastic, though it does feel like high quality plastic. And in some senses, I don't mind the plastic here on the back because this is where normally a laptop would get very, very hot. And this allows the laptop to stay cooler to the touch at least, you know. But it does, I believe this makes it a bit harder to open the way they've designed this. So opening this up, you can see what the laptop looks like on the inside. And I do think that this keyboard feels excellent overall. We'll talk about the keyboard and trackpad in a little while. Notice that there's a fingerprint sensor here. There's also Windows Hello on the camera at the top. All right, let's put this to the side. We'll lift this up. Let's take a look at the inside of the box. So we've got our MSI power adapter. This is a 400 watt power adapter, though I would say it's still fairly portable. This is a Chicone 400 watt with your MSI power plug. Then we've got our cable here. Let's see how long this power adapter cable is. Opening this up, pulling it apart. All right, so this is about 4 feet long, not particularly long. This power cable, though, is longer, about 5.5 feet for this cable. So that's a nice length. All right, we got anything else in the box? Nope. Nope. I think that's it. Okay. Cool. So let's get the laptop set up here. All right. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me just fold this in half. Then we can close this up. All right. Are you back in Katy, Brandon? No, I'm still in Thailand. Well, laptop has the best display in terms of brightness and response time. OLED will be the fastest response time. Brightest, though, will be mini LEDs like things like the Scar 18 will be ultra bright. OLEDs can have very high peak brightness. You have IPS displays as well that I think are really, really nice. You just don't have as much perfect black on an IPS display, and it doesn't get as peaky bright. So things like the Legion 9i and the Blade 18 both have IPS displays, and I do really like them. But yeah, in terms of if I could pick anyone, I would either probably pick an OLED or I would pick the 3D display from the Legion 9i. Those are the two that I would consider the most desirable for me, at least. Okay. That thing is beefy. Reminds me of the GT77 Titan. Yeah, it's pretty big. This one's not as thick as that 3080 Ti Titan, but this thing's got a large footprint. It's a very large machine, and it's certainly very heavy. So let's go ahead and actually take a look at the weight now before we plug everything in. Good. All right, let's zero this out. Uh-oh. Are you dead? Oh, no. Okay, this is only USB-C, so I should be able to get a USB-C here. Doesn't like this USB-C at least. Let's see here. Okay, the scale is charging. I'll give it a few minutes to charge, and we'll come back to it. Let's go ahead and do the flex test. All right, so here is the Raider 18. Going along the top, do it on the outside of the screen first. Definitely some flex, especially in the middle on the back of the screen. Hinge feels pretty firm. And for an 18-inch chassis, there's surprisingly little wobble. There is some wobble, though. Let's do our flex test on the main chassis now. All right, so no flex. Ooh, some flex right here, even on the wrist stretch, which is, I think this could be a little stiffer, but it still feels pretty good. Hey, buddy, you gonna help with the flex test? So don't turn it on. Yeah, don't turn it on. Okay, so going on the left side. Going on the left side. No flex in the wrist rest, but right here by the touchpad, there's more flex than I'd recommend. I'd recommend them build another support under the center middle here, and that'll help with the wrist rest some as well. No flex on the left. Going up to this left side, there's definitely some flex here still. Overall, I would say this is a little bit more flexy than I would like in certain areas, but it still feels pretty good when you're actually using the laptop. It's stiff enough to feel good when you're using the laptop, which is probably the most important. I think it's fine. I've got a SteelSeries keyboard here. I love the spacing and the lighting on this keyboard. It feels really good. Okay. So that's a little flex test. I'm going to go ahead and give you some direct hinge motion here, and let's see how far back the hinge can go. So that's the furthest it can extend out, which is not bad. It's just, it's not 100%, not 180 degrees, which some people would prefer, but I don't think that's a problem. I think that's plenty far enough back for my taste. All right, so let's go ahead and do our removing of the bottom. Drop test. Oh my. I don't think that would go well. Let's see here. Can you call the baby boy? He's climbing. All right, let's see. I need the tools. Fern, have you seen my toolkit? It's black. Oh, it's right there? Okay, perfect, thanks. All right. I knew it was around here. All right. Okay, so this is a very interesting underside design. You'll notice we have a bit of a, I would describe this as like almost a thermal bump, just like the Blade series. It really comes up because the front is pretty minimal. Then about 1/3 back, it comes up a 1/4 inch, and then these back two corners also raise up another, I don't know, 1/4 inch or so. So it really gives you that two-stage look, boom, 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 or a 3-stage look. All right, so let's go ahead and take this off. I'm going to put it this way. Can you imagine if I drop tested laptops? Oh my. You know a funny story? There was actually a company, I'm not going to say which company, who told me that their laptops had military grade durability, and they paid to sponsor one of my videos on my bigger channel, Gizmo Slip, and they sent me their laptop to drop test. And I drop tested it one time, and the whole thing broke. Like, it broke bad. So, like, the whole display stopped working, and the hinge was busted. And that was the last time I've drop tested a laptop. So, yeah. Like, I don't know how they're doing their military testing or whatever, but they're not doing realistic drops onto concrete, I don't think, from like 4 feet up for that testing. I think they're dropping it onto like carpet or something, you know? Like it's not, laptops are not meant to be dropped onto concrete and survive, I don't think. All right, so this one is going to be an interesting experience, I think, opening this laptop up, because the challenge with this laptop is, let's see if I can get the screen. The rear here, I think, wraps around. All right, and I can't get this middle screw to want to come out. There we go. Okay, and looking at all the screws laying around here, I think they're all the same size. So you don't have to worry about putting a screw through your motherboard if you put it in the wrong hole, I don't think. All right. I gotta say, they did a creative job with these rubber feet. Looks cool. I like the way the underside is designed. Nice. All right, let's see if we can get this thing. See if we can get this thing popped open here. All right, does anyone know, do I have to take this off? Looks like it's all one piece coming up to right here. So I'm guessing the first thing that you really want to do when you're taking this laptop apart is remove this, I think. Let's see if it's removable. Okay, it's actually coming up with just my fingers quite easily. All right, back panel has been removed. All right, and I'm not sure, I see a number of screws here. I don't think you have to take any of those away. All right, interesting. So it looks like maybe you didn't have to remove that back piece. I don't know, because this appears to be coming up without any prying yet. Appears to be coming up no problem. Let's see if we can remove it without removing the back piece. Oh, wow. Wow. You know, it just popped up super easy. That's nice. All right, so there's the bottom off, and that's what we got going on the inside here. So the biggest difference between the Raider and the Titan series is that this utilizes heat pipes instead of a vapor chamber. But notice that they still managed to have a PCIe Gen 5 cooling loop added. Love that. You've got a Gen 4 SSD here. Interesting. Looks like a slot for another SSD could be put in at this point in the motherboard, but it doesn't have the receivers put in here, nor the mounting bracket. Another SSD slot looks like it could be put in here. So 1, 2, 3 slots, 4 slots potentially on the motherboard itself, but currently you could only put in 2 SSDs here and here. So that's a very interesting design choice. Now for our Wi-Fi, we have the killer. It's a killer brand. The font is so tiny. Killer BE1750X. But it's also an Intel killer. What? Did Intel buy killer wireless? Because that looks like both. It says Intel Killer, so on it. That's interesting. So let's evaluate the thermal design of this laptop. 2 giant fans. These are very big fans with a lot of heat exhaust, left and right side, with big, thick heat fins here, heat fin stacks, which are nice to see. In terms of cooling, we have 3 shared heat pipes, and then, no, we have 4 shared heat pipes, and 1 extra dedicated heat pipe. This is going to be the GPU over here on the left, and it's supposed to be able to handle a little bit more wattage, I would imagine. You got your VRMs right here. And this comes down and covers the chipset, looks like, for the Intel. The cooling focus of this laptop is definitely on the GPU, because we have 5 heat pipes going to the GPU with a dedicated heat pipe right here. And then there's also another heat pipe under here. Wow, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heat pipes in this laptop, which is maybe the most I've ever seen in a laptop, maybe. I don't know. That's a lot of heat pipes. And it's a pretty intricate cooling system. I imagine it is going to work just fine, though. I'm not anticipating any problems in terms of cooling. This looks like it's going to be plenty cool enough for the 175 GPU power limit. Let's take a look at the RAM in this laptop. Early morning laptop stream. I mean, it's not early morning for me, but welcome. It's 5 p.m. my time. All right, let's see what RAM is included in here, because wow. 32 gigs, PC5, 6400, and it's Micron RAM. So let's see if we can get this. There we go. So if you want to see the exact model numbers and everything, you can see it if you just pause the stream. Let's see if I can get it to be still read a little closer. There we go. Very nice. But it is DDR5 6400 32 gig sticks. So we should have very fast memory performance in this, though we'll actually have to see. There is only 2 SODIMM slots, 1, 2, not 4. So I know some of the people really want to be able to take the RAM to crazy high amounts, but on this one, you're not going to be able to. All right, very nice. I think the only question I have about the internals is, are these 2 SSD slots actually, can you populate them? Because it looks like you would need to solder the connectors to here and you'd be able to do it, but it's not that way out of the box. I wonder if a production model unit would have that, maybe. All right, 99 watt hour battery. So we're looking at max battery capacity, nice to see. You're also looking at downward firing speakers here, but there's also holes in the upward part of the chassis to get some upward firing speaker action as well. So I like that. Let's go ahead. I mean, overall, motherboard design, cooling design, I'll give it a giant thumbs up. It seems like a good laptop design overall for cooling and everything. I feel like maybe the laptop could have been a little bit less large. You know, like they could have maybe made it a little bit smaller in certain areas. But that's a relatively minor complaint, given the fact that this is a desktop replacement and you're expecting to get a very large laptop when you buy this thing. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to snap the cover back on to the back as well. I gotta say, I don't think you actually need to remove that, to remove the bottom. Yeah, no, you do not. So you can leave this part. You can leave this part on when you take the bottom off. It does not wrap around underneath it this time. So that's a lot better design. Let's go ahead and get everything plugged back in. Baca says, so basically the 2024 Titan cooler put into the Raider. Can't complain. They're putting the last year's Titan cooling in their entry-level performance laptop. I don't know if this is the entry-level performance laptop, but maybe you're referring to the Vector. You know? So, I mean, it's a lot of heat pipes in there. I know the Titan had a lot of heat pipes. It's very similar to the heat pipe layout that the Titan used to have. Overall, you know, I would say this is pretty easy laptop to open in terms of how they clipped it all together. There's just a lot of screws. You gotta go through a lot of screws here on this laptop to get it open and closed. I want to make sure this is snapped all the way. Okay. It looks like what they did is they made this a little bit loose. It's pretty easy to snap in and off, on and off. So, and I'm guessing it's mainly just secured with screws then to make it feel secure. Let's see. Yeah, once you add the screw, it feels really solid. Doesn't move or wiggle. So I guess I like that in that sense. But nothing will beat the Scar 18's toolless bottom in terms of opening and closing smoothly and easily. And I hope more laptop manufacturers do a toolless bottom for their laptops in 2026. We'll see. All right, let's flip this over. There it is. Let's see here. I believe next up, let's do the weight test now. Hi, buddy. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we're looking at 7 pounds, 14.1 ounces for just the laptop. So almost 8, like 7.8 something pounds. With the power adapter and cable, we're looking at 10 pounds, 13 ounces. So the power adapter and the cable is almost 3 pounds. So all total, you're looking at almost 11 pounds in terms of total carry weight, which is, I think, the highest we've seen so far. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this away now. Very nice. Okay, and there's a couple of things I forgot to put into the 30 game test here. So bottom removal, evaluation, ports, evaluation, and we got fan noise testing that needs to also happen. I lost my previous list, so I had to remake it. So I left a couple of things out on accident. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and evaluate the ports next. Right. pop over to here. And you can see that there's a lot of different display options available on their website, though it's not actually listed for sale anywhere, at least that I can find in the United States. All right, so we do have one Gen 5 and one Gen 4. And so there's only 2 slots. Even though on the motherboard we saw 2 extra potential slots, they just did not populate with connectors. Which is interesting. We get an IR Full HD 30 frames per second 1080p with 3D noise reduction, which is interesting. We'll have to see how good the webcam is. Oh yeah, did I have that webcam in the test list too? I need to make sure the webcam is in the list. Bingo. All right. Okay, so jumping down to ports, we have 2 Thunderbolt 5s, 3 USB-A 3.2 Gen 2s, 1 full HD card, and an HDMI, and then the 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, as well as the Intel Killer BE Wi-Fi 7 and Bluetooth 4.5.4. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the actual ports. Let's see here. Let me turn it kind of like this. We'll zoom in. All right. There we go. You can see it pretty good now. All right, so on the right side, we have our 2-in-1 headset combo port, USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A. Then we have our 2 Thunderbolt 5s here. That's going to include power delivery 3.1, as well as DisplayPort support. On the rear of the device, you can see we have our power plug-in, HDMI 2.1, and our 2.5 gigabit Ethernet that is downward facing. All right, so that's kind of a downside that it's downward facing. On the right side, we have our Kensington lock port. Then we have our USB 3.2 Gen 2s, 2 of them, and a full-size SD card slot. So this will be, I guess this is the left, yeah, this is the left side. And overall, I mean, the ports, what could be better? 2 Thunderbolt 5s, total of 5 USB-As, a full-size SD card slot. I mean, it's like is it the perfect set of ports? I mean, you could obviously throw more ports at this, but from my perspective, I don't think I could ask necessarily for more ports. It's a great port selection on this machine, and certainly one that I hope other laptop manufacturers can emulate. So absolutely excellent ports on here with the latest tech on all of the ports and all of the ports supporting the highest levels. Hello, camera, focus on me. There we go. Okay. So overall, port selection, excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and plug the laptop in and hop into the BIOS now. Very nice. Okay. We're going to get the camera situated here. Beautiful. All right. The laptop is turning on, and I'm pressing F2 and delete, alternating. See if I can get into the BIOS here. Bingo. All right. Cool. So there is the standard, excuse me, mister. Rocky has gotten into the habit of grabbing things, and he loves grabbing the back of my chair and climbing up it, you know, using his clawing thing. Like using it like a scratching post, basically. Okay, so No, this is the advanced section of the BIOS, but this is before you enable the advanced mode of the BIOS, and there's like a very specific key input you need to use to get into the advanced mode. It's like Control Shift F2 Alt or something, but let me just see if I can. BIOS key combo. So it's Alt, right Control, Shift, and F2. Let's see. Alt. There is no more right Control anymore. Control, Alt, Shift, F2. Can you call him again, please? You have to use the ladder toy, baby, to get him to go over there. Okay. Yeah, the main thing is I just don't want him to play with the cables because he could unplug something. Anybody know what the BIOS combo is? It says right control, but there's no right control anymore. Like, the thing is, the previous key combo that we used to use was right control, but they have replaced the control key with the Copilot plus button. And so now there's no combo. Let me try using the same key combo. Ha! It still worked. You got to use the Copilot. So I figured it out. All right. So to do it, it's Copilot plus right shift, left alt, and then the F2 key. So yeah, so Copilot, right shift, left alt, F2 to do it. Okay. All right, so we'll at least go through the menu on everything in here. So if people who are interested can see the BIOS and what options MSI is providing. In particular, I'm curious if we see any XMP memory profiles and undervolting support. Those are probably the two most important things that I'd be looking for right now. So Intel Speed Shift, ERP Lot 3 support. There's a lot of stuff on here that I won't know what it is or what it does exactly. But Intel virtualization, C states, allow BIOS downgrade if you want to reverse your BIOS. User scenario can be balanced mode or performance mode. Interesting. Let's put it into performance mode. Don't even know what that does necessarily. Firmware Windows Update. Ooh, can you update this through Windows Update now for the firmware? That's a big step forward if they're doing Windows updates for their firmware now, because that was a big problem. I had a laptop get bricked. I had to send it back to MSI because the BIOS update failed. RC ACPI settings. You can see there's a lot of stuff in here. Let me see if I can get the exposure to be a little better, a little more red. There we go. All right. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, well I think I changed something that I don't want to change. So we'll have to go, well, let's not save any changes. Advanced connectivity configuration. There's a lot of stuff in here. Settings for Ukraine and Russia. There's specific control settings for them. That's interesting too. I don't know what these Wi-Fi settings. There's so many settings in the MSI BIOS. That's crazy. See if I can click and drag. Nope. All right. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're going to go back. CPU configuration. Nice. Let's see what we got in here. Efficiency and performance core information. Efficiency cores, performance cores, CPU flex ratio, active performance cores, active efficiency cores. So you can disable your efficiency cores right here. Some people would want to do that. Legacy game compatibility mode. Interesting. Efficiency cores will become parked when scroll lock LED is on and unparked when LED is off. So if you want to decide to enable or disable your efficiency cores on the fly, you can actually turn it on and off. That is a cool BIOS setting. I've never seen that on a laptop before. Being able to turn on and off your efficiency cores at will, which, some people were saying that can affect your game performance. I still haven't run the tests on that, but that would be very interesting. CPU power management control. Let's see if we have what controls we have in here. Configure TDP configurations. Enable configurable TDP. Power limit 1, power limit 2. So pretty sure this is the long and that's the short. So 200 watts is the long, 220 is the short, I believe. 128 seconds is the time it can go. So you can do your own if you want to set it to be higher. But I mean, yeah, this thing can't really do anything too crazy in terms of, without maybe, like, I did see 210 watts. We'll get to that when we get to the Cinebench R23 performance, and 24. But it's not the same level of cooling as like the water cooler. We'll have to see what it actually averages over the long haul. But it's a good CPU performance level, but not going to be insane without additional help. Overclocking lock disabled, you can enable it. Power management control. So you would think undervolting would be in here. But I'm not seeing. Energy performance gain. What does that setting do? It's cool that you can configure your TDP options right inside the BIOS, I'm not going to lie. System agent configuration, memory configuration, overclocking. Ooh. Real-time memory tuning. Real-time memory timing, but basically it's tuning. Yeah, that's cool. So you can create your own custom memory settings right here. So you could tune your timings to be tighter if you wanted to. Right now they're CL52, but you could lower them and see how fast your RAM could go. That is cool. Most XMG is currently the only other one that I know that lets you get down to this level of granular settings for your memory, which is it's just very, very cool to see. Graphics configuration, Skip scanning of external graphics card. Interesting. So they have some stuff in here directly for external graphics card support. Thermal configuration. CPU thermal configuration. Interesting. I want to see what's under this overclocking performance. Overclocking feature enabled. Let's see what it, undervolt protection disabled. And let's see where we would do the undervolting. Processor, P-core adaptive voltage offset. Voltage offset, P-core offset. So this is where you apply your undervolt right here. It's in middle of volts range, minus 500 to 500. And the offset prefix right now is plus. Interesting. So I'm pretty sure you'd want to do a minus here. Unless you change this to minus and then you can just put a number in. You got to be careful with that. I would do small changes until you've confirmed which direction you need to go. But yeah, this is basically where you would undervolt your processor, your memory, your ring, your GTA, and your SA NGU. So, but most importantly, you probably want to do your processor, your ring, and the GT I think is the iGPU, so you probably don't have to worry about that as much, but SA, I would do that a little bit. But your processor and ring are the two most important, I think, to improve your Cinebench performance. Switchable graphics. Man, this BIOS is insane. If you love customizing your PC, this is definitely one of the laptops to consider just from a customization standpoint. I'm trying to go back one menu option, and it says right click is to go back. I might have to plug a mouse in to get this to let me do what I need to do. Okay, there we go. Maybe I was already there. Okay. But yeah, they've got so many things in here. But the most important is that they have system memory XMP profiles. It's going to help performance, especially if you want to go to like 7200 mega transfers, and the undervolting menu. That's the other option in here that's really cool. So I appreciate that, MSI. That is awesome. Let's go ahead and discard changes and exit, because we don't really need to change anything else here in the BIOS, I don't think. All right. Okay, that booted up pretty fast. Beautiful. So if I'm going to do a Windows Hello test, let's go ahead and get signed in. You can see me set this up once I get signed in here. I really like this keyboard. Boom, boom. All right. And now I think we can create a profile for Windows Hello. And we'll test the fingerprint reader and the face cam. So let's go ahead and get started. I have to make it. There we go. So scan my face, success. And let's do fingerprint scanning. All right, doing the fingerprint, and I'm just putting it, up and down, different angles. All right, so it's basically all you have to do. Are all set there now. Close. All right, so let's go ahead and lock the laptop. Let's try the fingerprint. Wow, that screen is so bright. Let's turn the brightness down so it's less dominating. And let's do a test. Let's do 3 tests of each. Fingerprint sensor seems to be working great. All right, let's see about the Windows Hello. Why? Interesting. So it doesn't even try to do your face unless you ask it to do it. It does whatever you did last. That's interesting. Can I do it from here? You can. So you can do the fingerprint sensor either way, but your face won't be targeted unless you go back in here and press the face button, which is a little bit annoying. So you probably either use your finger or your face, one of the two, probably not both though, because alternating between them takes extra clicks, which is not great. All right, so let's see here next. Time to do our webcam test. So let's go ahead and check out the camera quality. Whoa. All right. Whoa, that was loud. Okay, looks like it's a bit not smooth FPS wise. Seems to be jumping around a little bit, but that might be just nothing. I don't know. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a couple of photos. Hey. The background coloration is really messing with the camera's colors. The white balance is going all over the place. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the results there. That actually looks pretty good. You can see a lot of detail on the Lumix. You can almost read this, so that's impressive. That's sad. It's not that much detail. It's a lot of sharpening and kind of blurriness going on here. You can see the XMG logo in the back. I mean, it's pretty decent quality for just some Skype calls, but not going to be enough to really let you replace like a live stream webcam. Well, I guess maybe if you're just doing it casually, but okay, let's see how loud the typing is. Okay, so I'm talking now, and now I'm typing now. Let's see, does that affect the audio quality too much? All right, and let's go ahead and see how the audio quality sounds. Let's see how loud the typing is. Okay, so I'm talking now, and now I'm typing now. Let's see, does that affect the audio quality too much? So you can definitely hear the typing when you're using the webcam, but it's not terrible. Not not great either though, so it's okay. Webcam, I would give it solid 7 point. Yeah, 7. Solid 7. It needs to be better still on a $4,000 something laptop. I'd say the webcam can definitely still be better. Okay. Software evaluation. It's screenshots of shame time. Sadly, this MSI did have some screenshots of shame. Let's see what they are. All right, so here's a double pop-up that happened when I plugged an SSD in here. This thing popped up. Do you want to scan the USB for threats? And then the other one is Norton. Boost your PC gaming experience with the powerful protection from Norton. And so it's just another annoying pop-up of a brand new laptop that you're like, probably should not have it happen. It popped up again here, and then it said, threats detected, turn on your VPN or enable auto VPN. Or enable auto VPN, which turns on when you connect to a secure or compromised Wi-Fi. So, yeah. Basically, if you don't have a VPN, it throws an ad at you for a VPN, which, again, it's a brand new laptop. You paid a lot of money for it. Why are you paying to get advertised to? I could see maybe getting this on a budget laptop to reduce your price by $30 or something. But on a $4,000 something laptop, it's technically $3,700. It's too much. You should not be putting antivirus pop-ups on your expensive premium gaming laptops. I'll keep repeating it. A lot of brands are doing it. They should not. They should stop. Okay. Software evaluation. Let's check it out. Now we might need to do an update here. We'll see. Let's turn up the screen brightness because I put it all the way to the lowest, or that's all the way to the lowest, and that's all the way to the highest. All right. So currently, pretty much everything that you need to do inside of here can be done inside of the MSI Center application. And you can make this big, you can make it small, it still functions the same. So I do like that it can be sized however you want. I don't know. The thing with this application is, there's no advanced Optimus, so you basically have to use this to control whether you're in dedicated graphics mode, hybrid mode, or integrated graphics mode. And I do love that they have an integrated graphics mode in case you want to have better battery life and have guaranteed that the NVIDIA GPU is turned off. You have the MSI AI engine, which you can use to theoretically optimize your GPU performance even better than ever, but not really, right? Because it doesn't really do anything if you're already in extreme performance mode. Might be better than balanced. Need to actually do detailed testing on that if the AI engine works. I've not been impressed with any AI performance controls so far. So there's 3 primary modes: Eco Silent mode for longest battery as well as quieter fan noise. Balanced mode provides a medium fan noise and moderate levels of performance. And extreme performance mode is like maximum possible performance. Fans will ramp up very quickly and it'll try to keep the temperatures down. Now, at any point you want to, you can press the key right here for max fan. So you just press FN and up arrow. FN and up arrow. Okay, there it goes. And that turns on max fans. You can also pause play music, enable or disable a crosshair, and put the laptop to sleep, I believe is what that does. Or at least turns off the display. Yeah, it put the laptop to sleep very quickly. So laptop sleep, crosshair, pause play, and max fans. That's a nice extra double functionality there. Usually FN plus arrow keys is like the home end, page up, page down. But the fact that you can add the crosshair with the click of a button, that's a giant thumbs up. I love that. I wish more laptops had that, because adding the crosshair is just, it's helpful, you know? Okay. And I like being able to turn on the max fans at the press of a key. Some of the laptops can do it, but most cannot. Okay. Let's get back to the software. So part of the software, though, I suppose, is the fact that you can add that crosshair at will. So let me go ahead and try turning that on. And you can see it's right here. Depending on what's in the background, you know, you can see it better or worse. But, and you can customize this, I believe, if we go into the MSI. Center in here. Let's see here, where is it at? Is it under features? General settings. Yeah, crosshair display. So right here under crosshair display, I'm trying to use the touchpad. The touchpad doesn't have a great click, so I'm not sure if it actually is clicking it very well. Okay, so it opened it in the background. I didn't even realize that it was open back here. But you can see there's, it's inside MSI True Color that has this crosshair option. You can change between these different models of the crosshair, which is super nice, and even colors if you want it to be red, blue, pink, yellow, whatever contrasts well with the game that you're playing. And just a red dot. Oh wow, you can change the size too to make it bigger, smaller, different shape, medium. Going for something like this would be good. Just a pure dot is also really good. An X can be good. Depends on the game, but I like it. And you can also shift it left and right just a little bit. Oh my goodness. I have a kitty cat that climbed all the way up the back of my chair and is now standing on the very top edge of my chair. What a good boy. Hi. Clark says, how's Rocky doing? Rocky is doing great. He's got surgery scheduled in 3 days for his eye. So I hope it goes well. Anyway, so crosshair feature here is really cool. You have an app sync. I'm not sure what's going to sync between. You have desktop partition. Interesting. Screen calibration with the X-Rite. And then you have options, always on top, task tray menu, app syncing. Disable crosshair hotkey, interesting. So there's quite a few options inside of MSI True Color. And of course, that's not even factoring in the actual just True Color functionality. Okay. Display panel power saver. So this is setting it to 60 hertz refresh rate when you disable, when you unplug the laptop. It's a nice feature to have. Then you have USB power share. This is going to allow you to keep your laptop USBs enabled for charging your phone. GPU switch button, display overdrive to increase the response rate of the display just by a little bit. Windows key, disable or enable. And when you press the hibernate or sleep button, does it go to hibernate or to sleep, which is nice. When you close the lid, do you want it to go to sleep or do you want it to do nothing? You can also reset all these settings to a general settings amount. You have a hardware monitor now with your GPU information, CPU information, temperatures here. It's not enough detail to really utilize at a professional level, but it's enough to do just your basic stuff, you know? All right, so under True Color, you can set, oh my. Rocky just fell off the desk. Hey. Hi, buddy. Come here. So you have MSI True Color, which lets you set your targeted color gamut. You want sRGB, anti-blue, gamer, office, movie. So changing it to P3, Adobe, those are probably the two most common ones. And you can kind of see how it shifts the color spectrum around, shifting between those two. It's not going to be like huge, but some people will definitely love doing anti-blue or trying to do an Adobe or P3 color specific focus on their color gamut. So it's a nice feature to have. I just like the Adobe one probably the best. Let's go back to general settings, true color, ambient link. I believe this is for connecting other Steel Series types of light and RGB, light bars and other stuff. And you can sync to different games and different color effects with your keyboard on the MSI laptop, which some people are going to like that, especially if you already have some things. AI noise cancellation, which can be really cool to help prevent like keyboard noise in your recordings. Performance analysis, let's just try clicking this. Interesting. Click to start diagnosing. Interesting. MSI AI engine is currently off. But this says use AI to provide real-time optimized system adjustments based on usage context. MSI AI engine eliminates the need for you to fiddle with various settings, saving time and effort. I should actually try to test that, but in general, I just don't even bother testing the AI stuff because it's almost always worthless in my past detailed testing. So waiting for it to improve enough to be worth testing again. Okay. Can you increase the TGP to 250 watts on this too? That's a great question, but I'm not an electrical engineer, so I'm not sure which laptops would easily let you replace the resistor. I know, you want to grab all the cables. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we have next. So software-wise, I would say MSI Center works fine most of the time, but it's not, oh my goodness. Oh my. The thing about MSI Center is I don't like the way the control scheme is set up. Let me show you what I mean. So, like, the way this is set up right now, buddy, don't grab the camera. All right, get down. That's fine. So the way this is set up, you have to click this features button, and then you get like the tabs. And I feel like these tabs, some of them are actually legit important, and other parts of the tabs are like super unimportant, and you basically would never go there. So that's why I feel like they should replace these main tabs with like user scenario should be one of them up here. Hardware monitoring does not need to be up here. General settings should be up here as one of the main tabs. And then maybe support should be under here. Member sender should probably be under here. But user scenario and general settings and true color are probably the three most important settings, and you have to click twice to get into each of those. So software design wise, they need to improve the flow of their software to make it flow better in terms of actual usability. But overall, it actually works fine to change your settings, in my experience so far, without a problem. So cool. All right. So let's go ahead and get to the next segment, which is going to be display test. And let's see if I already did my display test on here. I think I did, but I may not have. So we may be doing a Spider 5 Elite test. Yeah, we'll just do it live. right, I gotta put the code in. One second. I see someone asking about the Asus TUF F15. And how to optimize the temperatures. I'll try to help you with that. Let me just put this in first. Cool. All right. Okay, so H says, I bought the Asus TUF F15 after watching your unboxing video. However, albeit the performance is good enough, the laptop is literally burning and I cannot get the temps you got. So the main thing, I test with max fans. I don't know if you have max fans enabled. That would probably be the first thing to check. But also it's going to vary a lot depending on what applications you're running, right? Like if you're not running the same applications and games in the exact same scenarios, you shouldn't expect necessarily the exact same temperatures. Now, you may have, if you've been using the laptop for a while, you may have dust that have accumulated in your fans. So that's something to keep in mind. And another thing to keep in mind is that your CPU and GPU paste job will also vary a lot from laptop to laptop. So if you have a bad CPU paste job, you could probably get a lot better temperatures by repasting with a new CPU paste. So remove the old paste, put the new paste in, and it'll probably help out a lot. So those are the two main things. Clean the fans, check your CPU, GPU paste if it's still bad, and I would say that's probably the most important aspect of laptop maintenance is keeping your CPU, GPU fans clear, and then the paste job, the thermal interface material, making sure it has good connection and is not dried out or it was not misdone at the factory. And from there, I think the only other thing you can do is try to optimize your settings. You know, like if you're trying to reduce the temperature on your laptop, it may help you a lot to actually just say, hey, don't run this thing at max performance, frame cap it at 120 FPS or 200 FPS, especially for games like Baldur's Gate or games you were not even going to tell the difference. You can just keep the CPU and GPU a lot cooler if you frame cap your gameplay to a great FPS that you're happy with, and then you don't tax your GPU CPU as much to the fullest extent. You can basically run them at 60% or 70% performance and still have a smooth frame rate and have a good time in your game. You won't really notice the difference in a lot of games if you're getting 120 FPS. You're only really going to need more than 120 FPS if you're playing a competitive game, or you just don't care about the temperatures and you just want the most FPS possible. That's fine too. But if you're trying to optimize for temperatures and a cooler running laptop, frame cap it, run it at a reasonable fan profile, optimize your settings to make sure you're getting good FPS. That's the keys, I think, the most important keys for maximizing your temperatures. Undervolting your CPU and GPU is also a great option for reducing and improving your temperatures. So let's see, under MSI True Color, what did we test? We tested the Adobe profile, and this is what we got, 91. So keep in mind, my Spider 5 Elite, underrepresents the color gamut by like 7-8%. So we're talking 98-99% of sRGB, 80, let's just call it 85 Adobe, and 84% of the P3 color gamut, which is not that great. Considering it should be, I think, 100% P3. So let's switch it to the display P3 setting for our next test, and we'll retest one more time. Let's check out our brightness though. 122 nits brightness at the darkest, so the dimmest, that's not very good. That's still very bright for a dim. So keep in mind that if you need to use this in a like pitch black environment, that's the lowest you're gonna get it to go. Then under the max brightness, we got 603 sustained nits, which is about what we see in a lot of the mini LED panels. And 603,000 to 1 contrast ratio, which is excellent. So very contrasty, very bright. Let's go ahead and do our test one more time now that we've switched to Adobe P3. And let's see what the color gamut shows us now. Okay, let me check chat again. See a lot of people hopping in. Danny says, I have a question, it's very important. Why are the NVIDIA drivers lately causing high temp and weird GPU, CPU utilization? I haven't noticed that yet, Danny. Which game are you talking about specifically? Oh yeah, ambient room temperature, H, can also make a big difference. If you're in an air-conditioned room, that'll help a lot. I'm going to do the lowest brightness setting here. So if you're in a 23 Celsius room or like 72 degrees Fahrenheit, air-conditioned room, and you're running a gaming laptop, your temperatures will be way better than if you're in like a 30 degrees Celsius, 85, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, like outdoor environment. It makes a huge difference. Even if I reduce the wattage to 6060, it does not work. Also, fans were at max. It's brand new, just a few days ago. Gotta say, the city is quite hot. I was thinking about getting the Llano V13 cooling pad. I think that's potentially a good one. That's interesting. I did, as you did in the video, reduce the wattage to 6060, but the temperatures got higher instead of reducing. That's the sad part, but thanks a lot anyway. Interesting. I don't know. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to push through and test this. Because we already tested the minimum and the maximum. I think those are the two most important points. It is normal to get to 100 degrees Celsius, especially on the CPU. I prefer definitely to obviously not run my CPU at 100 degrees nonstop. I prefer to run it at a reasonable, temperature in like the 80s or something. That'd be the best. But I do that because, if your temperature fluctuation varies in the room that you're in, right? Like let's say you're in a air-conditioned room and you have great performance, and then you go into like a room that's 5 degrees warmer. If you're already at 100 degrees Celsius in the cooler room, when you go to the warmer room, you're going to see reduced performance, at least a little bit. So what was the temps in your room when you were unboxing the laptop? I usually do 73 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 74, 73, 74, right in that range, and then 24 degrees Celsius. Okay, so this test certainly a lot better now that we've switched the true color over to the P3 color gamut. All right, so we got more than 100. Let me zoom in. Chwam. We got more than 100% of sRGB, 84, which translates to 91% of the Adobe RGB, and then 87 P3, which translates to 94% of the P3. Sorry, 93% of Adobe, 94% of the P3, and over 100% of the sRGB. And so, I mean, we're talking about really, really good overall contrast. Wow, is very high. And brightness is better as well on the P3. So I feel like this display is tuned better in the P3 color gamut inside of True Color. So I would recommend setting this display to the P3 color gamut section because it's going to be a brighter display and more colorful as well. So it just looks, I just noticed that the display looks a little less blue and it looks a little bit more reddish in terms of tones when you switch it to the P3 color gamut. That's the main downside / difference. Let me go ahead and screen cap this so I have the data saved. And brightness. $671 nits bright though that's excellent. So I think that's the brightest display that we've tested this year. So that's good. Congrats MSI on that front, getting a very, very bright display. All right. So display test is good. Let's go ahead and do a bloom test. Here we go. Let's get the image set up here. And let's see here. What are we going to do to make this bloom more apparent or the most apparent possible? Let's just flip this light off and this light. And I think that'll be more than enough to make the bloom very obvious. Yeah, look at that. So that is mini LED bloom. If I do this to an OLED panel, which I suppose I can show you that as well side by side. So I've got the Zephyrus G16 with the 5090 here. This is going to be my laptop that I'll start using soon as my main laptop. I'm waiting until I test it with all my benchmarking stuff first, and then I'll swap my SSDs and reinstall Windows and do all the setup on it. It takes a long time, so I'm waiting. And I don't want to install a bunch of stuff and then it causes it to test differently for some reason, like installing Logitech drivers or something. Basically, extra bloatware is the issue. Okay, so that's an OLED bloom versus the mini LED bloom side by side. Let me turn this off. Let's put that down. Okay, that should help a lot. All right. So you can see the bloom on the Raider is quite extreme. The bloom on the OLED is still present though. There's still, when you move the mouse around especially, it's very visible. Though it's not as visible as on the mini LED. All right, and if I were to, let me show you what the bloom looks like on the Scar, because it is better than on the Raider. right, and oh, also my OLED screen was not at max brightness. So now my OLED screen's at max brightness. This is the Raider. This is the Zephyrus. Zephyrus on the left, Raider on the right. And let me pop over to the Scar here. And here you can see how good the Scar handles the bloom. There's very, very little bloom on the Scar. There is some though. It's still visible, especially when you move it around. You can still see some bloom, but it's very minimal on the Scar. It's almost as good as an OLED in terms of bloom. By contrast, again, the bloom on the Raider and the bloom on the OLED. So I think the bloom is the most manageable. Honestly, just here, let's do the Zephyrus now and the Scar together, side by side, so you can see what they look like. All right. So here's the Scar on the right, and here's the Zephyrus G16 on the left. I would say the screen looks blacker on the Zephyrus, and the bloom is actually probably more noticeable on the Zephyrus. So I would say the bloom is worse probably on the OLED, which is interesting, but that's mainly just because there's almost no bloom currently on the Scar series. Let me see what zone mode I'm in. I'm in one zone backlight mode. Let's try multi-zone strong and see how it is now. Again, there's still some. I'm at max brightness right now. There's very minimal bloom on the Scar mini LED. Let's put them side by side, the Raider and the Scar together. Okay, so right there and right there, both are at 100% brightness. Both are basically in full color and everything mode. But the main difference here is the Scar has 2024 local dimming zones, which basically lets it have a whole lot less bloom to the display. Now, when you actually put these two displays side by side and play something, they'll look very similar in terms of color in bright environments, just these dark environments. The Scar handles the bloom so much better in the 2025 model than past generations. Okay, so let me go ahead and get everything, all my lights turned back on again. But I think that's very interesting, a very illuminating test. Okay. Okay. Cool beans. Let's go ahead and move on. Bloom test. Big success, I think. Very interesting result. Let me get my face light turned on. Boom. Okay. There. That looks a lot better. Okay. Let me tighten this up. Seems like every so often you gotta tighten your bottom. Oh, it's this could come loose. Okay, that makes more sense. Beautiful. So Asus has actually sent me 3 Zephyrus G16s, 5070 Ti, 5080, and a 5090 for me to do some side-by-side performance testing to compare exactly what kind of performance difference you get when they're all power limited. You know, 5070 Ti is probably going to take advantage of the silicon a lot better than 120 watts. If they're 120 watts for all 3, then I think the 5090 and 5080 are only going to be a little bit faster. You know, so yeah. Danny, I already responded to your question. Go back, please. Go back and check like 10 minutes ago when I responded to you. Especially if you're going to keep asking the same question over and over again, you got to pay attention. Okay. Beautiful. Ada 64 RAM speed test. Did I run it yet? I think I did, yes. All right, so we got a whole bunch of benchmarks for you to take a look at. So, Danny says, I missed it. I got caught with an ad. Possibly. I did turn down ads, actually, everybody. I hope you appreciate it. Hopefully there's less ads. I put it to conservative for serving ads on this live stream. So it should be a bit less ads, a little less interrupty than before. I know it can be really annoying dealing with the ads on YouTube right now. So, okay, let's take a look at the memory speed. Very fast, 95.6 for the read, 90.5 for the write, 93 for the copy. Those are very fast scores. The latency is pretty good. 114, it's not amazing, but it's not terrible. L0, L1, L2, L3 caches. These are not as important as these top line. Very fast RAM, above average speed. I do think that this is going to be a good memory performance if you need high memory speed. Looks like I already ran the speedometer test, got 40.5 on the speedometer test for the Raider, which is very good. Let's see here. We want to make sure we do the Blender benchmarks as well as CrystalDiskMark and Cinebench. Okay. All right, so the Blender benchmark, the 285HX, only got about 470 or so, which is not great. Blender for the 5080 though, 3266 for Monster, 1827 for Junk Shop, and 1723 for Classroom, which is, I think, very good overall. It's going to be very good for Blender. All right, CrystalDiskMark. We do have a Gen 5 SSD in here. As we saw when we took it apart, there was actually 2 SSDs, right? How come there's only 1 drive in here? What? How does that work? And we have got 1 terabyte used, 2.8 free. So we have 4 terabytes in here, but there's supposed to be 2 SSDs. Is one of the drives not working or something? It's supposed to come with 4 terabytes. Could it be 2 Gen 4s in RAID 0? I don't think so, because the write is 9,000. Which is very interesting. Let's open HW info and just see what it says for our SSDs. Does this show SSD? I don't think the summary is going to show us. Let's go for sensors. What was the timestamp? I don't know, Danny. But I mainly just asked you what game are you getting inconsistent GPU, CPU wattage, because that's what you were saying, right? So NVIDIA drivers causing high temperatures and weird GPU, CPU utilization. I'm not sure. Yeah, you'd actually have to send me a video of what it's happening, and I can see if I can replicate it or see what's going on. You know, that's the only way I could really help you in detail with such a detailed question. Okay. There's our memory. Here's our S. Yeah. There's a 2 terabyte drive in here and a 4 terabyte Samsung drive. A Phison 2 terabyte. So this laptop, wait. There's also a 2 terabyte Phison drive here. So is it two 2 terabyte drives? Is that what we got in here? Or this is the read-write activity, this is the temperature. That's what it is, I think. And this is all just put into one. That's interesting that it's separated out for the one but not the other. Overall, I don't know what your laptop would actually come with if this one has 6 terabytes of SSD space but only 4 terabytes active. It's a little weird, a little bit. Does it see the other drive? No. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Not worried about it right now. But you should be getting a drive like this. A Gen 5, 12.1K for the read, 8.9K for the write. It's an extremely fast drive. It should be 12K for read and write. I don't know why we got 8.9, I believe, for the write, but I've noticed this happens a lot in CrystalDiskMark. It tests lower for the write speed. So overall, extremely fast SSD. I'm not worried about the speeds. It's a very, very fast SSD. All right, so let's do Cinebench R23. And I did, as you can see, I did like 7 10-minute runs with Cinebench R23. This is with dedicated GPU mode. Okay, so I'm trying to be clear because MSI actually changes the CPU performance you get depending on if you're in GPU only mode or integrated GPU only mode. So if you are looking to get the best CPU performance, then you'll still get good CPU performance in GPU mode, but integrated GPU mode will be able to ramp to a higher temperature. A higher wattage, and therefore also, I guess, a higher temperature, but it's really the wattage that causes the higher temperature. The power limit, you can see in GPU only mode, only went up to 141 watts on average. I believe that average is good, but it might not be. Let's see here. For the 5-minute thermal snapshot, we got 143.5 watts. So right around 140 watts is all you're going to get with the GPU only mode. That said, we are almost thermal throttling. We are thermal throttling 100 degrees Celsius right here at 100 and currently 170 watts, but it keeps going up and down. Oh, actually it's 151 watts on average. 151.4 watts at the 5-minute mark. All right, so 35,000 for a 10-minute run. Let's go run 2. This one got 36.4 thousand. $36.4 thousand. And so that's a very good score, but it's not as high as like the 38s we're getting on the Scar or the Neo. Both of those are getting, closer to 38, 39, and that's without undervolting or much optimization. Single core 2143 is excellent. The actual clock speeds here, it's too long after to tell. Cinebench R24, we did 2 runs, 2171 and 130 for the single core. And then, let me see here, turn this down a little bit. Then I did another run, and we got 2184 and then 130 for the single core. Now, when I actually went to integrated GPU only mode, R23 boosted up to 37,000, 2195, so a little bit higher on both. Nice to see. And then on R24, we got 2177 and 134. So integrated GPU only mode will get you just a few percentage points faster CPU performance. I wish I had done a average wattage during integrated only mode, but I mean, if we're almost thermal throttling, or basically thermal throttling at 143 watts in dedicated GPU mode, it's not going to get much better, because the simple fact is we're thermal throttling. And if you're thermal throttling, it won't make too big of a difference. Now, if you were to put an air cooler under this laptop, you probably could go quite a bit faster. That's where you can get 38, 39,000. And undervolted, probably break into the 40s with this laptop. Yeah, but a water cooler, not a water cooler, but an external air cooler under the laptop is going to help. Okay, so let's do Port Royale. We got 65 FPS, 114. Let me tilt this down just a little bit. There we go. All right. So basically 65.3 FPS, 14,114. For Time Spy Extreme Performance mode with early drivers, we got 22,000 and 18,294 for our CPU score, which is excellent. CPU score is very memory and CPU heavy, obviously. Let's see here. Steel Nomad, we got 52.36 for the RTX 5080. Speedometer, we got 40.5. I already showed you that. I retested Time Spy with the latest drivers, and we got 152 more points. So the first test I showed you was, the first Time Spy test was on old drivers before the update, and then we went up 100 points when we went to the latest 577 drivers. Really not much of a difference, right? Performance is basically identical. Here's another thermal test with Cinebench R23, and you can see it does do a little bit better here, doing 153.4 watts on average during a 10-minute run, and this is the very end of the run. You can see only 9 seconds left on the run. So yeah, averaging 4.0 or P-Core 4.3, P-Core 4.5, 4.4. So some very good clock speeds on the individual P-Cores. But yeah, we're thermal throttling nonstop at 153 watts. So not too much thermal headroom, to be honest, with the CPU performance at least. Okay. I was actually planning to get the lock, but that's why I chose the Tough F15. Maybe you'd like to inform your audience about it. There's a huge crisis on the Lenovo lock laptops in my country. I don't know, have you heard about it? People are saying their motherboards are burning and they have sent their laptops to service. Now, I haven't heard anything about laptops burning. It's interesting though. H, what country are you in? You say your country, you gotta tell me what country. ProSkilled says, mine does 39.9K, but it's Dragon Edition 285HX. So you do have a Titan ProSkilled if you have the Dragon Edition. So you have a vapor chamber, which does give you more thermal headroom having the vapor chamber. And then you also have, I don't know if that's undervolted at all, but that's 39.9K is crazy good if you're not undervolted. That's the best I've ever heard of, actually, if you're not undervolted. But if you're undervolted, then that's Still very good, but it's not like insane or anything. Okay. Okay, so we covered all of those. It's time to do our fan noise testing, and then we're getting into the game tests. All right, so let's go ahead and, oh, and speaker tests. Right, we got to add speaker test. Speaker test and fan noise test go together. Speaker test. Haha. Bingo. All right, so speaker test is next. Would you guys like to hear new music, or should we keep to the same music so we can have consistency in the testing? I'm just trying to decide. Maybe I could throw in keep one song the same so we have consistency between the different laptops, and maybe shift in, I don't know, some new music. Something fell down. Okay, it's fine. All right. All right, let's briefly go over Nahimic. So this is a way to optimize your sound with your speakers. And basically you can boost your speakers, bass, treble, or voice, which is your mids, right inside the software. Depending on what you set this to, you can turn the effects on and off, surround sound volume stabilizer, and then your mids, lows, and highs. Let's go ahead and do Peter Spacey Roar first, and let's back out. Aim down a little bit. Very good. And I'm gonna turn the brightness down on the laptop because this thing is so bright and blows out everything else around it. Boom. Okay. Peter Spacey Roar. Let me restart it with the mic down here, but that's impressive sounding from the beginning. Okay, so we're looking at 87 something decibels, which is good. Very thumpy bass. And the mids and highs were reasonably clearish. The speakers are definitely improved from the last time I've tested an MSI top of the line laptop. Let's go faded A on Half-Life. Wow, that was impressively loud, 94 decibels. And there was very little distortion to the audio. Very impressive. Let's do Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la la la.
Yeah, that sounded pretty clear too. I mean, these speakers are a big improvement compared to the previous generation. It's great to see MSI spending some more money on the speakers. I'd give it, it's not as good as the Blade, but it's louder and clearer with thumpier bass. I'm going to go with an 8.8 for rating, because you got that nice bass, you got that nice moderately clear mids and highs as well with very little distortion, and you got great volume, 94 decibels as well. So that's very good volume for a gaming laptop. Giant thumbs up. Okay, good job. Let's go to our thermal testing next and see how loud these fans are. Danny, I don't usually do Reddit for DMing. If you want to send me something like a video of the issue you're talking about, you can just email me, just gizmoslip@gmail. H, you didn't tell me what country you're from, did he? Did he ever say? He said his city is like 40 degrees Celsius on average, and his room is 30 degrees Celsius. So yeah, his higher temperatures than mine probably is because he's not in an air-conditioned room, or at least not as air-conditioned as what I would typically use, right? So let's do custom run, loop, doop, doop. All right, and it's time to raise the rear of the device. All right. And let's get Afterburner on. We may need to restart it. Okay, good. So room ambient noise. It's about 47 decibels, but a little more than that, maybe like 47 and a half. We're going to need to reduce this to 800. All right. So let me go ahead and go back into MSI Center here. Let's go to our features. User scenario, we're going to go to Eco Silent Mode. All right. And someone was saying they were able to get MSI Afterburner to show the power limit of the CPU, or like the current power level of the CPU. I have the latest version of MSI, and it's not showing up right now. All right, so we have a 4K display, so that's why this is showing smaller. Let me put on CPU package power into the overlay. All right, so silent mode with the Raider, we're getting around 80 watts going to the GPU, 1500 boost clock, only 15 watts to the CPU. You know, we're still hitting 80 FPS. The frame time graph is looking very consistent. I mean, that is good enough to play a lot of games quite well, especially if you lower the settings. Temperatures as well are just like, ooh, so good. Only 58 degrees and 62 on the CPU. So if you're looking to game lightweight games with no fan noise, this will get the job done. Let's go ahead and, I mean, I can already tell you right now, the fan noise is it's very quiet. Let me switch my AC fan to quieter mode. All right. So you can see our fan noise is basically room ambient. Right around 46.7 decibels at the lowest. Excellent. Let's go to balanced. So switching to balanced mode now. All right, I'm expecting a lot more wattage and a lot better performance. Wow, 160 and 160, 2160 on the boost clock, 69 degrees. Let's let it saturate a little bit more, but 50 watts approximately on the CPU. So 200 watts total in balanced mode. It's pretty impressive. Dennis says, is this the Dragon Edition? No, this is just the regular MSI Raider 18HX with an RTX 5080. The Dragon Edition comes with the Dragon design on it, and it's the Titan. It's the only one that comes with it, like the Norse Myth's Titan. Joffrey says, I wonder if this one can be quieter than the Hydrock G2 without the water cooling add-on. Without the water cooling add-on? I don't know. Let's see. But I'm pretty sure the Hydrock G2 is around, if it's the same as the Neo, and it should be, then it should be around 51 decibels in like balanced mode, basically. Fans right now are picking up to be a bit louder. I got a kitty cat trying to climb my chair again. Hi. Yes. Are you okay? Yeah? Hi. All right, let's zoom out. Well, let's just make sure we got our fan. So right now what's happening with the fan noise is it's going up once the temperature goes above 70. And then once the temperatures drop into the 60s again, the fan noise goes down again. But let's go ahead and see how loud it actually is. Oh my gosh. filming filming cat butt live. Come here, buddy. I know, you're helping with our, you're such a good little production assistant. All right, let's go ahead and see how loud it is. .1 decibels for balanced mode is great. Let's see if it gets louder though. If the temperatures go into the 70s, I think the fans will ramp a little more. And let's see how loud it gets when it ramps a little more. Okay, well, I think it's not really changing much right now. So right around 51 decibels. And we're looking at 147 to 150 watts to the GPU and 53 watts, 55 watts to the CPU, 69 degrees, 74 degrees. I mean, the fans are barely running, and we're keeping our temps below 70s. That's very good. Let's go ahead and go to extreme performance and see how we fare. So jumping up, we get 175 watts right away. Temperatures, I'm sure will go up a little bit more as well. And after running this for a minute or two, we'll switch to extreme performance with max fans, and we'll see how this goes. Baka says, this is the lower Raider, no special edition. Yeah, this is just the regular old MSI Raider 18HX. It still looks really sick, I think. Has a really cool design. I suppose we didn't really do any good B-roll shots. We should do probably some B-roll. I wonder what happened to my previous list. Anyway, okay. So fans are really ramping up now that we get into the 80s on the CPU. Fans are like, phew. Now the temperature's back in the 70s, fans are going down again. I mean, there's a lot of inconsistent fan noise here. All right, let's see. Give you the audio experience at least. Give you the audio experience. Yeah, so basically we're alternating between about 52 decibels, 51, 52 decibels, up to about 56 decibels, depending on if the CPU temperature is spiking or not. All right, let's turn on max fans and see how we do. Whoosh. We're bouncing between 60 to 63. I'm going to say 62 decibels on max fans. That is insanely loud. Let's see what the temperatures are like, though. Maybe the temperatures are worth it. All right. So GPU temperatures have fallen from the 70s, like 73, down to 67. CPU temperatures were bouncing between 70s and 80s, and now we're just at 73, 71, 70, 77, 80, 82, 72, 74. So, I mean, that gives us great CPU temperatures and GPU temperatures. GPU temperatures are continuing to fall into the 60s now. 64, 63, 65, 64. So can this laptop handle 250 watts of power, especially at max fans? Yeah, I think so. Because, during Witcher 3 test, we saw a 13 degrees Celsius increase. And in The Steel Nomad, we only saw a 7 degrees Celsius increase, going from 175 watts to 250 watts. So if we had a 13 degrees Celsius increase right now, we would be going from 63, 65 up to 78. So we're still not even in the 80s if we jump up to 250 watt, assuming the worst case thermal scenario. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking this laptop GPU could use some more power. Come on, NVIDIA, give us some more power in these laptops, please. Please. We're in the 60s, low 60s at 175 watts. We could use some more juice. Okay. All right, so there's our thermal test. Very nice. Let's go to Baldur's Gate 3. So right into the game testing. Here we go. And regarding the performance, I know some people were wondering if this is the Dragon Edition. It is not the Dragon Edition. Like I said, the Dragon Edition is a Titan, at least this version. You have to go for the Titan if you want the Dragon Edition. And I believe they're sold out now. I don't think they're making it anymore. So you have to buy it used probably if you're going to get a Dragon Edition. Anyway, if you want, I'm going to mute this. If you're wanting the Dragon Edition, you can still look at this one as examples of the benchmark and temperatures. Mostly, the temperatures will be a little bit better though on the Titan Dragon Edition. So, because that has vapor chamber, this one has heat pipes, but they're both 18-inch chassis with similar fan sizes at least. So performance should be in the same ballpark. So we're loading into Baldur's Gate 3. Let's go ahead and switch the camera around here. Shoom. We'll be testing today at max fans in extreme performance mode, dedicated GPU mode. That will be our testing methodology. And wow. Should we do 4K? I think we should do 4K today. What do you guys think? Wow, we're doing 185 watts for a little while there. We're going to do DLSS on quality, ultra settings, ultra preset, and DLSS on quality. And we are doing 4K plus, 3840 by 2400. Let's see what our benchmarks and temperatures look like. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. So 153 FPS right now, 95 for a 1% low. So far, very good 1% lows. That's a good thing, obviously. But this is showing us that at 4K, Baldur's Gate 3 is, without a doubt, super easy for us to run on an RTX 5080. 4K gaming, no problem. We'll find out when we get to the other tests in the other games today. I don't know. You know, maybe we're not going to get playable frames. I feel like I might want to do QHD tests and everything today too. So 153, 114. All right. Temperatures are exceptionally good. 63 degrees Celsius, 80 on the CPU right now, 77. Extremely smooth, very little stutter as well. It's nice to see. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch our video down to QHD plus. Are we at QHD plus now? It didn't even flash or anything. We are. Okay. Yeah, our performance is way higher now. Let's go ahead and see what we get. All right. We are cooking on our CPU package power now, 80, 100 degrees, or 100 watts, I mean. You know, we're going up a lot in CPU package power because at QHD Plus, we're becoming more CPU bound. And our average FPS went from 150 to 266, 267, 163. Those are excellent with very good frame time graph, very little stutters going on. Impressive. Impressive. And visually speaking, at least at this distance, like I'm sitting a little bit far back right now, but I cannot see. I cannot see the visual difference. Let me scooch a little closer to me. Maybe I'll be able to see the difference if I scooch a little closer, but let's find out. Aggressor says hello, hello. Hi, Aggressor. Welcome to the live stream. All right, let's go to our graphics. Epic, DLAA. I feel like this game has to be played at DLAA. It doesn't have to be, but it looks a lot better with DLAA because of the hair effects. No VSync, DLSS on quality, Epic settings, 4K. All right. Let's go. Aggressor says, bro, what's the review of the new Legion 9 i18 with 5090? Or when's the review? I don't know. I'm not sure if Lenovo will send me one. I think they're... I hope I didn't, ruin my relationship with them by talking to them about, or talking about the fact that the Legion Pro 7i may have more than 175 watts GPU power. They may not want to send me another laptop if I, because I'm going to tell the truth about it. The Legion 9i is probably also shunt modded to have more than 175 watts. If the Pro 7i is shunt modded, the Legion 9i is almost always for sure going to be shunt modded too. So anyway, I think the Legion 9i is going to be awesome. I might have to just buy one and return it. I don't know, or buy it and resell it to be able to review it. I'm not sure. I really want to review it though. Okay, so here we go. We're walking. We're doing Expedition 33 at 4K plus. Epic settings, DLSS on quality. We're doing 48 FPS. And this right here, this is why you want G-Sync. This is a great example of little micro tears and screen tears happening. And I'll try to show you that for you here in a moment. All right, so 47 FPS, 41 for a 1% low. The game is absolutely playable at this frame rate at 4K. It doesn't look the smoothest ever. And when you're trying to counter enemies, you want, I think, over 60 FPS in this game for sure. Probably 90 would be your ideal target, but yeah. All right, so let's just go like this. And there's a lot of little... Basically, a lot of little, you have to pause it to see it, probably. I mean, it's not terrible. This is actually, there's not that much screen tearing going on, actually. Maybe just a little bit. All right, and then let's turn on VSync and see how that affects things. So the VSync gets rid of the tearing, the little blurring that was happening because of the tearing effects on the little micro details. VSync helps with that, but it also increases your input lag. So it makes your input lag worse. So when you're countering enemies, to parrying enemies, you're gonna have to parry at a little bit different timing, for example, if you have VSync on or off. All right, let's turn VSync off again. And we're gonna go to QHD plus. So we got 47, 41 at 4K. Let's go to QHD plus here and see what we get. All right, so we're gonna need to make our afterburner be a little, just a little bit, I don't know. Let's go 800. All right, that's good enough for now. All right, here we go. We are walking, same area, 71 FPS. So this is right in line with a lot of the other laptops on the market. The Legion Pro 7i, I believe, got 74 in this test. And like I said, the Pro 7i, I think, is using more than 175 watts, probably like 200 watts. So, but like the Scar 18, I think, got 69 or 70 in this test. So we're right in line with the Scar 18. Kaboom. All right, 69.57. Performance is good. This is a lot smoother. I would probably just play this at QHD. I mean, like legitimately, it looks good. Like visually at QHD plus, it's hard to see any fine detail loss on a screen that's only 18 inches. So, and this display does display QHD content quite well without it looking non-native. So I would probably, like I said, I would probably just play this at QHD plus for a lot of the games if it's difficult to run, like this one is at 4K, or increase the upscaling. Those are really your only two options. But 69.57 is our result for QHD. Okay. Aggressor says, oh, okay. Let me load the next game, Counter-Strike 2. Vanker says, do you have an external SSD? If yes, which one? To store all of these games, do you download them again every time you test a laptop? So it depends on the laptop. I do have an external SSD that I use, the SanDisk 4 terabyte. I have two of these. So I can run two laptops with up to 4 terabytes of games. But this laptop came with 4 terabytes of space. I do have gigabit fiber internet here in my apartment, but it's actually downclocked to 300 megabits per second instead of a gigabit. Sucks, but whatever. Anyway, the key thing that I was trying to say is, let's do low preset. Good. And, oh, let's get frame view going too. Yes. All right. What was I trying to say? We were talking about SSDs. Right now, I'm running everything off the internal SSD, but I may have some of the games only installed on the external, so I might have to plug it in here. In terms of game loading and game speed, this works great if you just want to play games on an external SSD. I think I have not ran into any problems with it. It's just more of a hassle not having it be internal. Okay, so right now we're doing 4K low. Let's see. I have amplified the size. Wow, 4K low. Even at 4K, we're able to do 380 FPS, 400 FPS. Holy smokes. So, I mean, if you did have a 4K, 400 hertz refresh rate display, you could actually use it. All right. Do that again. So do I download them again every time I retest? Depends on the laptop, and if I have an SSD, then I will. I have to constantly update all the games on the SSD like every week because there's a lot of game updates that happen because I have like 40 games on there installed on the external SSD. Like all 4 terabytes are taken up almost. So yeah. All right. Let's make this a little bit. Okay. So absolutely excellent performance in Counter-Strike 2 on low settings. Am I using a laptop cooler? I am not right now. I'm using the laptops. Usually when I actually use them, I use them flat on a desk or with a slight raise on the rear. Right now we're testing it with a small plastic Skittle container, keeping the laptop up about 3/4 of an inch or an inch off the ground to increase the airflow. Danny says, do you think NVIDIA will fix these drivers with TGP and GPU and CPU temps? Danny, I'm not sure still what you're talking about necessarily, so I'd have to know more. Okay, so 421. 421.4, 173.8 for a 1% low. So at 4K, we are killing it. Let's do our QHD test. So QHD, we're doing 500 FPS, 1% low of 180. Of course, this is the Intel 285HX, so the slightly higher clocked and slightly higher speed Intel CPU. 600 FPS there, looking up at the sky, 400, 500. Obviously, excellent FPS. No issues here playing the game. But the 9955HX3D, for example, is, doing 600, 700 FPS instead of 400 to 500. So do you think NVIDIA will fix these drivers with TGP and GPU and CPU temps? Hopefully end of year. NVIDIA drivers for 59 laptops haven't been best or running well for people. Lots of YouTubers reporting it. Yeah, I mean, I've had a number of crashes, on my laptop, the Scar 18. But generally speaking, it's still very stable the vast majority of the time, like 98% of the time. I do agree that TGP could still be higher. It doesn't clock very high in most games. A lot of like 160 to 168 TGP in a lot of games. When you think you'd be able to do like 173 to 175, kind of locked in at GPU bounding, but it's not really doing that very often. So H is back. Hey, H, what country are you from? I'm guessing India? I don't know, but let me know what country you're from, because you're saying there are really high temperatures and the lock was breaking down. I'm just curious. Okay, so let's take a look at our results. 537.6, 182.3. So very good performance on the low preset at QHD as well, but ultimately it doesn't make that big of a difference going from 4K to QHD in a game like Counter-Strike, which makes sense. I mean, it's a very CPU-centric game. Turkey? Oh, okay. Interesting. And you got to tell me a little more about these lock laptops that are breaking down. You can't be like, they're burning up. they're dying, and then not tell me. Do they know what's going on? Is it GPU failure, CPU failure, and yeah. Anyway, if you have any more info on that, I'd be curious. H says, can you also add Red Dead Redemption 2 into your review schedule in the future? So the issue with Red Dead Redemption 2 is the benchmark is incredibly unreliable to use. You also have, and I say unreliable to use because it's the most common crashing game test I've ever ran, and Rockstar Installer is just such a pain in the butt. I say Rockstar is a pain in the butt because, like, they make you install the Rockstar installer to run Red Dead Redemption, and then sometimes it just doesn't work and you can't communicate for some reason with the online servers, and so it doesn't let me load into the benchmark. And if it doesn't let me load into the benchmark, it's a problem. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't use it. All right, so make this a little smaller. Danny wants me to ship him some of those mango candies. If you pay me enough to ship it, then yeah, I guess I can have it shipped to you. You got to cover shipping and a little bit of my time, but I could get you like 5 bags of them or 10 bags of them or something. All right. Let's go to our settings. I'm very curious to see what we get. Full screen, 3840 by 2400. We'll probably have to reload this. Neural network. All right, ray tracing ultra, reconstruction on, frame gen at 2x, DLSS at, I feel like we gotta go to balanced because this is 4K, but let's do quality. Let's see what we get with quality. Maybe quality will still be playable. All right, so everything is on ultra except for path tracing is off. That's the only difference here. 4K benchmark. Let's go. Why is frame view not working now? Frame view is open. It's just like not choosing to not run. Will it run in the game? No. Ah. Okay. All right. How much would it cost? I don't know. I mean, it would be at least an hour of my time to do it. But I think the candies themselves are only like $3. So if I got you 10 of them, that'd be $30. Plus the shipping cost is probably going to be at least $30 to go international. Then I have to deal with the customs, filling out all the customs forms and stuff. I don't know. I'm guessing it's about $100 probably. It's probably not worth it for you. All right, so 69 FPS, 30 for our 1% low. We're nailing the 177 watts on the GPU. Average FPS is going to be playable, but this is with frame gen on, so I would want more than 90 FPS, you know? And we had it going, I don't know, did the laptop just turn off? I think the laptop just crashed. Okay. Hundreds of people talk about the same issue and they're dealing with it. Interesting. Zbald says, we'll wait for the 6000 GPU, so that would be another 2 years. 4 to 5 years should be good. Let's see if we still need to upgrade to be upgraded with 6000 series GPU. Hopefully by the time we will run the GPU at 250, 300 watts, maybe. We'll see. You know, it all comes down to how power efficient NVIDIA gets. Because if they're dropping to 2 nanometer, we did have a crash. But at 4K, we were getting 69 FPS. And so very good performance. Okay, sorry. Z-Balds, you were talking to me. Whoa. The laptop just went to sleep. It didn't do it. It didn't crash. It just went to sleep. Interesting. All right, so we're looking at 69.3 FPS at 4K. Let me close and reopen frame view, because frame view seems to be busted. All right. And let's go to QHD Plus. We're going to run the exact same settings. Boom. So I would say 4K is obviously playable, but you're not getting ideal frame rates. You're going to want to turn off frame gen at that frame rate, and then you're only talking probably 45, 50 FPS. It's playable, but it's far from ideal. Did the laptop just go to sleep again? Am I pressing a button that's putting it to sleep? This is odd behavior. You can see the keyboard. Yeah, I think it went to sleep again. Am I pressing a hotkey to put it to sleep? That's my only guess, is that I'm pressing a hotkey that's putting the laptop to sleep. All right. Ayo Techie says LOL. Yeah, it is pretty LOL. Danny says I switched from 578.8 because new one is making it way worse. Interesting. Naz says, hello, sir. How's the fan noise and temperature on the keyboard? Does it feel hot and not comfortable? It feels very comfortable. This is a very, see, and the laptop just went into hibernation mode again. I don't understand what's happening with the laptop. Let me try closing and reopening Cyberpunk anyway, so that hopefully we can get frame view working. Let's see. Okay. All right. How's the fan noise and temperature on the keyboard? It's excellent. The Raider is designed to handle gaming at high performance levels without the wrist rest getting very warm. I would say in terms of temperatures, this is completely cold. This little inch or so before the keyboard is slightly warm. And then the actual WASD keys only have a slight warmth to them. This over here is warm. And then the rest of this is cool. Yeah, the rest of the laptop is cool. So it's very good actual temperatures for long-term enjoyment of gameplay. Frame view decided to work again. Okay. Rocky just knocked my portable HDD off of the table. I don't think it was on purpose. I think it was an accident. Plus he's a cat, so it's hard to blame him. All right, let's go ahead and try running this benchmark again. Okay. Let me turn this just a little bit. Perfect. Now we got frame view in view. All right. There we go. So keep in mind that the 1% low here is bugged. We're doing actually closer to 100 for our 1% low, but it's showing 50. And that's because of the frame generation. All right. Nas says, I just watched a video from another YouTuber in my country that said the Titan 18HX AI with 95090 is having an issue about overheating on keyboard and really not comfortable with gaming. Interesting. Well, maybe that's the case. Maybe if you're in a really hot ambient environment temperature, but not in my air-conditioned room at all. It's very, very cool. But this is also not a Titan. The Titan has a slightly different thermal because it has a vapor chamber, and this utilizes heat pipes. So it's not exactly a one-to-one comparison. The Raider, like I said, is a little different than the Titan. So, but this Raider is definitely very cool to the touch. I just pray NVIDIA. Oop, boxes dropped. I just pray NVIDIA fixes drivers by end of the year. All I ask for New Year's. Okay, so we got 116.29. And yeah, that's very good, obviously. So that's going to be very, very playable. No issues there. So one thing that I dislike about the MSI keyboard layout is that I cannot use my left hand. I cannot use my left hand to press Alt F4 if I have FN lock enabled. And I cannot press FN and the escape key with one hand. So you have to do it with one hand, or you have to use it with two hands. And if you want to do Alt F4, you have to do Alt FN F4. You know, unless you disable FN lock, then you re-enable it. And it's just a lot of extra steps that I don't like. All right, Doom Dark Ages is next. Okay, checking chat again. When you game on laptops, do you elevate your laptop? And if so, what items do you use? I don't usually game with the laptop elevated, but let me show you something that I would recommend if you really want to focus on improving your temperature while having low hassle. This is my Legion Pro 7i with a 3080, RTX 3080. And you can see I have laptop stands that lets me pop the laptop up about an inch on the fly. And they're very unintrusive. They slide right into your backpack. And so you can pop them up when you want or put them down, and you can get your ideal temperatures wherever you are without having to haul anything extra with you. And those only cost like a couple bucks, $5 at most probably on Amazon. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. We're going to do 4K. No path tracing, but we are going to do Ultra Nightmare. Frame gen at 2x DLSS on quality at 4K, and then again at QHD+. All right, sweet. So we're actually getting 90 FPS already, which is excellent. Let's see here. Okay. All right, so we'll benchmark with frame view at the same time this time. to get our accurate 1% low. All right, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Wait, did it go? Let me check frame view settings. Change it to F10. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So very. I'm still let these guys kill me really quick so we can load back to the save that we were at. Because I did not have max fans enabled, which I want to have max fans. What? They really take a long time to kill you. Wow, that loaded really fast. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's start this again. So 4K, Ultra Nightmare, DLSS on quality, frame gen enabled. Chuka, chuka, chuka. Currently doing 95 FPS. Putting this into the playable range, for sure. All right, 0 F10. There's our benchmarking results. Right there. 96, 82. So excellent results. We're going to go down to QHD plus. So again, our settings should not have changed. DLSS on quality, 2x, Ultra Nightmare. With no path tracing. All right, here we go. Okay, so this needs to be changed again. Bingo. All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. (153 FPS, 68 for 1% lows, 65 degrees on the GPU, 80 on the CPU. Benchmarking summary, 160, 139 for our 1% low is really good. That's Doom Dark Age. Let's move to Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Okay. Where can I buy that? Can you send me a link? I probably could put a link in my video description for something similar. But I bought mine off Amazon. So just if you were to search for it on Amazon, you just go laptop Razer. Riser being R-I-S-E-R. Should get you that. But I should probably put an affiliate link in the description. Okay. Checking chat. H says, by the way, I really appreciate these videos you're making. You're touching up a lot of issues, mostly ignored by others. Your videos and reviews are always all around and informative. Much appreciated. Glad to help, H. Thanks. Sam Nuske says, hello, is the Asus Zephyrus G16 with the 5080 Core Ultra 9 a good option to run After Effects? Sure. Yeah, it's a great option for After Effects. Though I will say that in general, you'll probably it won't be a problem to run After Effects, but you'll get more performance with a higher power GPU, CPU, you know. But an OLED screen will be perfect for editing, and that's probably one of the main reasons to switch to it, you know. All right, so we're gonna go to ultra ray tracing, DLSS on quality, frame generation on. We'll apply these changes. All right, and just to verify, we are at 4K, right? Yeah, we're at 4K. Let's go to full screen mode. I just hit reset. So, okay. All right. And I'm gonna adjust our frame view window again. It's annoying how it changes size so many times. It's the change of resolution, I think. All right. Boom, boom, and we're walking. So Elder Scrolls Oblivion, very popular game right now. I think it sold like 10 million. 83 average, 65 for a 1% low at 4K. So almost your ideal frame rate. This is a very demanding area though. Probably the most important thing I would say to keep in mind is it's a very demanding area. All right, and now we go to QHD. And I gotta adjust our frame view again. There we go. All right, so boom, boom. And we're walking. All right, our benchmark got 131, 105. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And again, even at QHD plus resolution, this is looking really good, visually speaking. And honestly, it's hard to notice the screen tears. Just a little bit. You can see it on the screen when there's lines overlapping a little bit here and there, like on the building edges. But it's very minor when you're getting such a consistent good frame rate. It just easily, quickly disappears pretty much instantly. Hogwarts Legacy is next. Okay, checking chat. BW Cats, since it's hard for us to tell, how would you rate OLED versus mini LED? What do you like more personally for quality image? So blacks, like really, really dark areas of the screen, still look better with OLED. Mini LED and IPS still have a little bit of like total backlight to the image. Like it's very subtle, but you can still kind of see the black light. Versus OLED, just looks like the screen is completely depowered. That's probably the biggest thing. And then the bloom, you can still see the bloom a little bit here. But I did a really detailed bloom comparison earlier in this live stream, which you should totally check out. It's OLED versus mini LED side by side with the Zephyrus G16, and then also the Scar 18 versus the Raider 18 mini LED. The Raider 18 just has more bloom. There's less local dimming zones. So bloom is probably the biggest difference between them. Mini LED screens can also get a lot brighter. And depending on the OLED screen, it may be very glossy. The Zephyrus G16, not very glossy, only a little bit. So here's the G16 5090 that Asus sent over. And you can see on the screen, I cannot see any reflection. If I put the laptop back to sleep, you can start seeing a reflection, right? So on my eyes though, my eyes can barely see the reflection, whereas on the Legion Pro 7i, oh my gosh, it is like a mirror when the screen is off. At least with this one, it's still very minor. And mini LED displays are usually matte, so they almost never have any problem with reflections. I'm going to restart this game because frame view did not choose to load again. We'll try one more time, see if frame view will latch properly to the 3D application. Yeah, so now in terms of OLED versus mini LED, I think the best mini LEDs are the Asus mini LEDs because they have the 2000 local dimming zones, but they're also ultra bright. They go up to 1200 nits. And the OLEDs, they can also go really bright. They seem almost identical. When I put like the Zephyrus G16 and the Scar 18 side by side, visually, they both look absolutely amazing, right? Like, it just looks gorgeous when you're talking about real visuals. Hey, frame view latched properly, that's good. Let's check our settings. So this is going to be a problem. We're not going to be able to test this at QHD+. All of these things we want turned on. Why can't we turn on ray reconstruction? Interesting. I don't know why, but okay, we're doing 4K, DLSS on quality. And everything is set to ultra, set to max. And this is Hogwarts, and it's been revamped recently. So that's the thing I would say to keep in mind is that you should not expect can't expect comparable performance between this and previous. Oh, maybe they optimized it better. I don't know. It seems to be running pretty dang well right now, especially for 4K. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's because we're so CPU bound. I'm used to seeing less than 100 FPS sometimes, even at QHD. And we're doing 120 with the 4K, so that's excellent. Must be the memory. Memory speed and CPU optimization seems to be very good here. We're doing 26 gigs of memory right now. But pretty much no stutters. This frame time graph is also cut in half. It's closer to 80 or 75 probably for our 1% lows. You can see frame view up here showing the correct 1% low. And we'll be using frame view to do our benchmark, our official benchmark result. But wow, at 4K, absolutely excellent performance. Here we go. We're running through Hogsmeade. Gonna get a butterbeer. Yum, 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 yum. All right. We got 120.67 at 4K. Oh, that's so good. I'm really surprised. That is very good. All right. Now we got to figure out how to get us to test at lower resolutions. I guess we're going to change our Windows resolution to QHD. Did that work? Windowed full screen. Well, it looks like we have to restart the game. Restarting the game. Huzzah. Okay. Check and chat again. BW Cat's Paw says, since it's hard for us to tell. Okay, sorry, I already answered that one. Gary Reed says, those stands are a great idea. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry, it's a good idea. Yeah, I agree. You know, maybe even some laptop manufacturers could throw them in the bottom of their chassis. A little pop-up stand. It'd be very easy for a laptop manufacturer to do that. Naz says, I'm not going to buy this laptop before Gizmo Tech review another gaming laptop, the Acer Predator Helios 18 RTX 1590. I want to see the performance. I mean, I want to see the performance of the Predator Helios. Let's get Acer to send me one, though. They've not sent me anything this year so far. I've reviewed a number of Acer laptops previously through Best Buy sponsorships, but I don't think has Acer ever sent me a review unit? I think they may have a couple times. They just don't send them very often to me. I don't think they send very many review units, and then the fact that now I'm in Thailand, it complicates the sending process for the review units. So, all right, frame view is set up. Wow, very good FPS. Let's do our initial run through and see how we're doing. Things seem to be extremely well optimized on the Raider in Hogwarts. Just like the Legion Pro 7i, very good performance with less CPU bottlenecking compared to the Neo. At least on the Intel chip. All right. Maybe I'll make you an affiliate link, Danny, when I go to when we load Monster Hunter Wilds, because the benchmark there takes forever. Okay, here we go. Hogwarts, benchmark activated. Our cape right now, look at it, it's like bugged. All right. There we go. And the results are 197.94. Those are great 1% lows. And I can tell you, visually speaking, it looks really good and it's extremely smooth. So, nice. All right, Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark. We did not do God of War either. Let me see if I can pull up an affiliate for you, Danny. logging into my Amazon. Though, if you're in Australia, I doubt the affiliate would work for you from a US reseller anyway. Laptop prices. Laptop. Laptop. I'm not seeing one so far. Must not be using. What would you call that? A stand? Laptop. They're not stands. Laptop riser is the best. Hey, found it. Laptop Riders, right? Portable laptop riser is the correct name for it. Okay, I found it. I will share it. All right, that's the link to the laptop risers. And I've put it in the video description as well. Go over here. And yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. These are basically the exact same ones that I got, I think. But they're only $7.49. They fold up and everything for you, and they seem pretty strong to me. And they haven't fallen off of my computer after, what was it, 3-4 years now? 4 years? All right, Monster Hunter is about 70%. Okay. N. Chapman says, good evening from Australia here. So what's the verdict? So overpriced here. Everything's killing it. Taxes are killing everything. Yeah, it happens. Okay. So the verdict, if we were to say a verdict, I would say that the performance has been superb so far on the Raider. Minus the CPU, the Cinebench. The Cinebench scores were only meh because it was only doing about 153 watts of CPU power, which is not great. Only like 36,000 in Cinebench, But gaming performance has been great, and so far we've been optimized in all the different games. So that's also been great. Okay, English, English, yes, okay. So right now we're at QHD resolution. For a side-by-side. Okay, so it looks like this is another one we'll have to change the windows. No ray tracing, everything else is maxed out, which is the correct way to do it, DLSS on quality. Let's go ahead and benchmark. All right, so again, this is QHD ultra settings, ray tracing turned off, DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled, 2x. I don't think there's 4x in this game though. So we're doing 150 FPS right now on average, 63 degrees on the GPU. Very, very good GPU. We are on max fans with the rear raised, but still very, very good. Naz says, enchantment, you can buy a laptop. Gaming depends on your budget. There's no way you can buy a cheap gaming laptop with high performance. Well, I mean, depends on what if you're targeting only 1080p resolution, that's a whole lot easier to get great performance with like an RTX 4060 or something, you know. It's when you go up to QHD and 4K that things get a whole lot more challenging, and if you always want to run them at max settings. Condon says, is the ROG 2023 4060 worth it in 2025? Caldon, I think it's Caldon Hamsho. I would say yes, but it all depends on what you're targeting, right? If you're targeting full HD, an RTX 4060 is great. It's so good at full HD still. If you're targeting QHD resolution, a 4060 is going to struggle a lot in a lot of different games. So you're going to have to set all the settings down to medium and low in multiple games. Especially as more new games comes out, you're going to need to adjust a lot of settings. But you can get playable frame rates above 60 FPS in a lot of games at QHD with an RTX 4060 laptop. But if you want more than 100, you're really going to want to go down to full HD. That's my quick summary for a 4060. But yeah, I think in general it's still a very, very good GPU for full HD gaming. But definitely showing its age for QHD. Okay, so the laptop just went to sleep again. I want to watch that back. Is there a reason? Did the laptop go to sleep because it's overheating maybe? All right, CPU temperature, 98, 77, 85, 87, 90, 81, 83. I think it went into hibernation mode. To the best of my knowledge, I think that's what it did. So right now, GPU, it's about to fall asleep. The CPU is only at 80 degrees, so we're not overheating on anything. Okay, so the laptop completely restarted. So we had a full crash happen that time. No. What? Why did it show the MSI logo? All right, so it did not fully crash. Well, the laptop went to sleep. I guess this is going to be a bug report to MSI because this has happened 3 times now. It just went to sleep on us in the middle of gameplay. I was not even touching the laptop when that thing went to sleep. So it's definitely not me. You know, I may need to change Monster Hunter Wilds out for a different game. I like the game. It's just so long to do the game shaders. Well, it looked like it was loading faster on the game shaders that time. We'll do God of War. Okay. Chapman says, Asus has proven track record of failing on their warranties, though. I would say probably it just went to sleep again. Why? Okay, we're going to check. We're going to check for a BIOS update. All right? Because this is such odd behavior. And it feels like this is a big enough issue they would have fixed it with a BIOS update. The other option is we could go for a restart. Maybe a restart would help us? I don't know. This is super, super weird. And Chapman, Asus in the past, I do agree, has had a mediocre warranty for sure. But they have done a bunch of things to improve their warranty. So hopefully their warranty is better now. Well, we're doing Windows updates now. Wait, what? Oh my. Oh my gosh. We are restarting again. You can see that bloom around the MSI logo. Calvin says, do you think I can bring a better gaming laptop than a 4060 with the same price? Well, it depends on what the price is, Calvin. I don't know what your price is, but right now is a perfect segue to talking about the best deals right now on the internet for gaming laptops. If you're looking for a 4060 at a discount, in America at least, it goes down to as low as $700 right now for a 4060. A 5060 for $1,000. So, I mean, I was hoping you're getting at least a 4060 if you're going to spend $1,000. But we've seen 4070s go for $1,000. Here's a 5070 for $1,379. Okay. Okay, right here, it says, send a crash report, basically. NVIDIA driver software has encountered an issue. I wonder if these things are turning off because of the NVIDIA driver. You can see Windows Update says I'm up to date. .528. Is this the latest? I doubt that's the exact model that I need, but let's see. A2X. It's not the right one. X. There we go. All right, so they just updated the BIOS yesterday. Let's download it. Let's see. Let us find out how easy it is now to update the BIOS and if I can crash my laptop. Keep the AC power connected. Custom setup of any advanced settings such as undervolting or overclocking must be restored to default before starting the BIOS update. We are already at default settings. We need a USB flash drive. If the system has a BitLocker enabled, refer to the details in the FAQ before updating the BIOS. What BIOS are we on right now? Let's see. Hi, buddy. Oh my. We're on 1824. And wait, this is 1824, but .310. We are on .30F. Yeah, so this BIOS is older. Let's get this thing updated. I feel bad that we didn't update it ahead of time, but hey, this will be before we did the review. I usually update the BIOS before doing any testing, but I forgot to do it this time. All right, so let's see here. Quick guide. Go to advanced, UEFI update, select drive, and then update. Okay. So we're going to copy this onto here. And we will delete. Come here, buddy. Can you get him? I think he's hungry. Can you give him some food? I know, you're a hungry little boy, aren't you? All right. We'll shut the computer off. We'll go into the BIOS here. I'm wondering if it's the NVIDIA driver that's causing the crash or if it's the MSI BIOS that's causing this. Because I've never seen this type of behavior before. And it did not do this during testing. Like, it didn't shut off randomly. And I did recently update the NVIDIA driver, so I'm guessing it's the NVIDIA driver. But all right. Go into the BIOS update. So we cannot be in dedicated GPU mode, so we have to restart again. N Chapman says overheating. Ouch. I don't think the laptop's overheating. I think something else is going on. Either the NVIDIA driver is bugging out, or something else is telling it to go to sleep. Okay. We are updating the BIOS. I mean, this is a good test because MSI has a history of bad BIOS updates. So let's see if their update process has been improved at all. Wait. Now it's not letting me. I have to do it again. Wait, I should have just hit yes. What is this saying? Boot on recovery mode doesn't support load file. What? Let's try again. Pain in the butt. I don't think that it's like Naz, I don't think it's an overheating problem because it's happening at points where I've confirmed that the temperatures are fine. Let's shut down. The BIOS update process still could use some work. MSI. My microphone's going to run out of battery soon. I should start charging it. Okay. USB, this file, yes. In BIOS updating, power off, then power on automatically. Okay. All right, Chapman, have a good one. Okay, let's see if it goes to the BIOS automatically. It does. Proceed with flash update. Do not touch anything else or it's not going to work. Flash update, flash, flashing update, updating main firmware. Nice. KCP Plays. Sir, if you don't mind, what laptop would you recommend that has a 5090? I don't have a budget problem. I just want a laptop that beats its competitors. So the fastest laptop currently testing is the Legion Pro 7i. Like I said, if you watch my recent video, it's because it's likely running at a higher power limit than the other laptops. The Legion 9i or the Legion Pro 7i, both of those are probably the fastest in theory for GPU performance. The fastest CPU-bound gaming performance for like things like esports games is going to be like the Neo 16 or the MSI Raider A18, which have the 9955HX 3D CPU. It's the Ryzen Dragon Range with a 3D V cache, and it's just better at CPU-bound games especially, but also it's excellent for GPU-bound games too, slightly improving GPU-bound game performance compared to the Intel counterpart. But with the Legion, you're also getting improved GPU performance because of the higher power limit. And so yeah, if ultimately 175 watt GPU is going to be great overall, it's going to be hard to make a mistake with anyone you go with. I'm guessing right now the fastest possible laptop is still probably the Neo 16 with the HX3D chip in it. If you're talking about averaging out between esports and regular bound GPU bound games and everything. But with GPU bound games, it's going to be a close call between the Neo 16 with the HX3D and the Legion Pro 7i with the higher GPU power limit. So that's my current performance evaluation. But you know, I haven't had a Legion Pro 7i to test with a 5090. So I can't do an apples to apples direct comparison. So it successfully updated. I pressed a key to finish the update. The screen is black now. I do have an orange power light button, which I think indicates it's on, but nothing's happening. I'm going to try pressing it. Did we brick the laptop? No, I don't think I did. It just wasn't doing anything. It said pressing a key to restart, and then it just turned off. KCP Plays. I mean, if you want to help support me as a content creator, and anyone else watching this that wants to help support me as a content creator, you could use my Legion link if you end up buying a Legion on this sheet. So this laptop list is linked in the description down below. I got to control the kitty cat here. He keeps climbing on the laptop at bad times. He's an adventurous, high-energy kitten still, basically, so he's got a lot of energy. But yeah, the Legion series here, if you have unlimited budget, just go down to either the Legion 9i or Legion Pro 7i and pick yourself up one of those. For the best GPU-bound game performance, probably. And then the XMG Neo 16 A25 with HX3D. That's it for CPU-bound gaming performance. Plus, this has a 300 hertz refresh rate display. But the Legion Pro 7i, it's got a OLED display. So it kind of depends on if you want a mini LED or OLED on your laptop. Cool. So we are going to get back into a benchmark here. We were doing God of War, I believe. I like God of War, partially because it's so quick to benchmark. It's a very good benchmarking game. Right, okay, so you cannot be in dedicated GPU only mode. We'll have to reboot. Reboot again here. No advanced Optimus, requiring a restart to switch into dedicated GPU mode. So a lot of laptops still require a restart anyway, even if you have advanced Optimus. The Alienware Area 51M is also, I think, very good. but I have not tested that one. So, you know, that's the main thing. So Naz or KCP wants to know, is there extra RAM space in it? So you could go up to, I think, 192 gigs on almost all of the laptops. So if you put two 96 gig sticks in. Windows Hello has been working great with all these restarts as well. This thing is super responsive, even though I just restarted. Everything's loading up in the background. Got to exit some applications. Don't want some of them open, you know. God of War, let's try again. Okay. To try to prevent the sound from going out, I'm going to plug in my mic. Let me know if it affects the audio quality. I just plugged in the microphone. You'll hear an echo for a moment. All right, you should hear me again. Cool. All right, display. We're at QHD, DLSS on quality, graphics is on ultra. We'll do QHD first. We are not on the right aspect ratio. There we go. Beautiful. All right, here we go. $120 FPS. $127.94. Now I gotta go in here and change it to 4K again. And reload. Darian says, hey Gizmo, will you review the Legion 7i non-pro version? I hope so. I hope Lenovo sends me more stuff. I just haven't heard anything from the rep since talking to them, asking them if they had modded their laptop, and I don't know. Well, I hope they send me more stuff. I'm still talking to them. I reviewed the 2024 version of the Legion 7i, and the 2025 version, I did get hands-on with it at CES. It appears to be the exact same. Ultra, DLSS on quality, good. Wow, FPS is still so good at 4K, 88 FPS, very impressive. Okay, 9377 at 4K. You only lose 30 frames per second jumping from QHD to 4K. That is crazy impressive. Okay. Let's go to Starfield. This live stream is over 4 hours long. So I think we're going to skip Monster Hunter because it takes so long to benchmark. Is this screen mini LED? I see a lot of blooming. Yes, you can see the blooming. I mean, the camera picks it up a lot more than the human eye does. So I think that's one of the most important things to keep in mind when you're dealing with bloom. But it is apparent to the human eye when looking at certain types of content. A game like Starfield, the bloom is going to be a lot more apparent. Look at that, you know? Than the majority of games out there. Dynamic resolution off. Borderless full screen. Can we change the target resolution? We can't. All right. DLSS quality, frame gen on. 67% render scale. Interesting. Okay, well, it'll be fine for benchmarking at 4K. Man, frame view is tiny now. Seven says, hi, I just bought the Legion 7i 5080, so I'm guessing a Legion Pro 7i. I see 99 to 100 degrees Celsius CPU temperature in Red Dead. Is it normal? It is normal. It's going to clock up that high on CPU temperature. If you want it to not go that high, all you have to do is go to custom mode and target the CPU throttle temp down to like 85 or 90 or whatever you want it to be. That said, it's theoretically safe. Like according to Intel, it's safe, but Intel's not been having that great of a track record lately, so. Anyway, but I think, as far as I can tell, it's safe, you know? So, all right, 99, 87, let's start walking. Whoa, 60 degrees on the GPU. It's very crazy good. Very GPU bound, which makes sense. We're doing 4K, right? So, frame gen is on, so we're hitting right near the baseline 90 FPS goal. We ended up with 8973. So it's definitely gonna be playable, but wow, yeah, like look at that. The screen tearing is very apparent to my eyes, okay? I can see the screen tear happening all the time in this game. This is a game where G-Sync would be like big time help. Do they have VSync as an option? They do have VSync as an option. When enabled, the game will cap the frame rate to monitor refresh rate. But we cannot turn it on. We can't enable VSync. I don't know why. Anyway. I've accidentally pulled up the console and it won't let me. So we got 89 at 4K. Let's go to 2560 by 1600 and reload back into the game because it doesn't let you change the resolution in full screen in Starfield. That is for 7. 7 says, thank you, bro. Yeah, no problem. I got you. With the 250 watt mode, it would be insane. Yeah. Yeah, this laptop can handle 250 watts on air probably, given the fact that a lot of these games are only doing 60, 65 degrees or less. All right, let's check our settings again. 2560 by 1600 is correct. We want 66%. Frame generation on, DLSS on quality. Everything looks like it's on ultra still, good. Load Aquila. Graviton wants, what is your room temperature? Like, have you tried the new quiet performance mode? Have you tried lifting the back a little? Right now we're at 23, 24 degrees Celsius in my room with Afterburner, there we go. Max fans, the rear is raised. Are you talking Graviton to 7? You're probably talking to 17. Oh yeah, it says this is for 7, not Gizmo. Okay, great. Sorry, but yeah, some good suggestions. But the Legion just slams the CPU really hard, so it's very common for it to go to 100 degrees Celsius. You know, that's very common for a lot of Intel laptops and Ryzen laptops too. It's going to hit the max CPU temperature to hit the maximum performance if that's what you want the laptop to do. Okay, excellent. Let's turn this frame view zoomer back on again. All right, so we're at QHD plus resolution, and off we go. 147 down to 143. You know, as we get into the city here now. Averaging 137. FPS is going down as we get a little bit more CPU bound. GPU utilization dropping to 95 there, as all these NPCs and everything come into play. 0, okay. 137, 103. Now we have a higher frame rate at QHD, and the screen tearing is a lot less apparent. But it is still there when you move very fast. But 137, that's a big bump up from 89. So QHD is probably the way to go for the, I mean, you can just optimize a little bit and get to 120 frames per second at 4K probably. Calden Hamshow says, it's Calden again. I mean, like in my country, the prices are higher, a little bit higher on the Strix G16 with 4060, $1350. And there's a Legion with the same price and the MSI Katana. So is that good to go with the Asus? Forget about the others, especially with the 1080p. 4060 is better than 2K. What do you think about if I need it for games? Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to optimize like a laptop that'll last a long time, and you're only getting a 4060, going for a full HD display will really make you future-proof for a lot longer, because the 4060 is going to be like, it's going to crank through full HD games for probably the next 5 years at reasonable settings. You go to QHD, it's already struggling in some of the games. It's going to have to go to low on some of the games at QHD, or lower settings at QHD, you know. So display, we need to go to full screen. Let's do our 4K test first. All right. Ray tracing ultra preset, DLSS to quality. Everything looks good. And in terms of which one to recommend, I would say probably go with the Asus or the Legion, depending on which Legion it is. But at least with the Asus one, you can be confident you're getting a good display, Advanced Optimus, and G-Sync. Can't always say that for some of the other brands like MSI. Whoa. All right. So with frame gen on, we're still only getting 67 FPS. That's not great. It's still playable, but it's not great. And in a game like this, again, just reminder, look at the screen tearing. You can see the smearing on the live stream. It's quite bad. It looks that way to my eye. It does not look very smooth, very good. Now, this game should have VSync. Starfield did not have VSync. Does this game have VSync? Yes. To enable VSync, you have to turn off frame gen. And when you turn off frame gen, you get 43 FPS. And it still looks pretty meh. So if you want to do 4K in this game with VSync, you're probably going to want to turn off ray tracing. That should get us to our 60 FPS. There we go. All right. Things are tearing a lot less now. Can you tell? When I go up and down? Like the building and the edges here don't go over top of each other. Right? Just look at that. Like the building edges are staying consistent. If I go to turn off VSync, they're staying pretty, we're at least getting 60 FPS. That's part of it, is that we're getting more FPS. We're also capped at 60. That may help. Let's turn off the 60. So now we're at 73. Yeah, now it's happening again. Where, interesting, just having the frame cap helped us get rid of a lot of the screen tearing. Now it's just, when you look around, it looks like a blurry mess until you stop and look one direction for a half second. So, yeah. Anyway, turning on ray tracing. We're going to do the test how we're supposed to do the test. With frame generation enabled, it's not going to look good, but if I were to actually optimize this, I would turn off ray tracing, probably play on 4K medium settings or something. All right, so here we are, we're running. We're 4K with frame gen right now with everything turned on, right? Did I turn ray tracing back on? I think I did, right? Yeah, okay. We'll restart this one more time. One more time, last game. All right, here we go. We still have to test QHD resolution though. So we have comparable benchmarks. So 4K, 70 FPS, but like I said, frame gen is enabled, so we're actually getting more like 40 something. And we ended up with 6958. It's definitely playable, but there's too much input lag to have an enjoyable experience. So if I were to optimize this, let's go medium, DLSS to either quality or maybe balanced. All right, now look at us, 120 FPS, 4K upscaling, game is responsive, extremely fluid. The screen tearing and everything becomes much more minimal when you're getting 120 FPS. So the key thing without G-Sync or being in the play is you got to know how to optimize your games to get in, over 100 FPS. Then things look way better. All right. So that's The Witcher 3 at 4K. Let's go back. Graphics, Ray Tracing Ultra, DLSS to quality. There we go. Okay. Double check everything to make sure it took. Good. Graphics. Good. All right. Capping the FPS will help with FrameGen's mess. No, it helps with the lack of G-Sync. So the frame capping, just raising your total frame rate will help with the lack of G-Sync, but G-Sync in particular helps when you're doing sub 100 FPS, like between 40 and 100 FPS. G-Sync ensures that the frames are delivered to the screen in a consistent manner. And so when they're delivered at an inconsistent manner, basically maybe part of the frame will be rendered and then a new frame will be delivered and then it'll be overwritten part of the way down, causing a screen tear to your eyes. So you see visual imperfections happen a lot, especially when you move your camera quickly. When you're just looking in one spot, it looks fine. But when you frame cap to say 60 FPS consistently, then it's like VSync basically when you add a frame cap, but VSync makes sure that each frame is delivered completely before the next frame is drawn. So it causes a slight input lag. And what G-Sync does is that it allows the frame to be drawn in completely at a variable refresh rate. That's the function of G-Sync. So, okay, so QHD, let's do it. Is this right? Are these settings right? Because this seems a little bit low on the total FPS, but yeah. Maybe it goes up a little bit as we get closer to the water area or something. All right. Yeah, I think this is actually about right. So 113 starting out. Now we're getting up there in our FPS in the 120s. Yeah, it should be closer to around 125 to 130 range is normal for this GPU. And resolution. And look at our temperatures. Again, 62 degrees, 74. Can we shut mod this thing and put some more power through it? Likely. All right, so let's exit. Let's go to our final summary review. And notice that we have not had the laptop fall asleep on us again since we updated the BIOS. Don't know if that was the official reason that was causing the sleep issues, but yeah. Okay, let's see here. Let's get a couple of B-roll shots with the spinny dealio. I'm going to turn off these fans. So we're going to do a couple of B-roll shots, and then we will do a final summary review. Just want to make sure I get these in the live stream. Oh, and you know another thing I didn't show was all the RGB options. You got a lot of RGB options on here. During this part, I should also just briefly show off some of those. All right, changing to 4K here. All right, and voila, keep changes. All right, let's clear some of this stuff out of the shot. We'll reposition this to right here. Let's do 30% brightness for now. SteelSeries GG. And okay, so got to show you, I do this with all the laptops, but you can customize the look of this laptop a lot on a per key basis, just by clicking on the keys and everything, setting up your RGB zones, and you can turn them off. I just turned the lighting completely off on the laptop just with a click, and you can switch it to any of these RGB options. So there's a lot of them. That is the brightest mode. For this, I'm going to go ahead and turn off this overhead. Let's start spinning it, and then I'll turn off the light. I should get at least one full spinny before we turn off the lights. Good. All right. Excellent. Let's rotate it over here. Wow. You can really see that dust. My lazy Susan is struggling to move this at a smooth, consistent speed. All right, I should also hide my camera out of the way here. This way you guys can see the laptop in detail, all the ports, the touchpad, the keyboard, all of those functions. Yeah, so let's talk keyboard and trackpad. Keyboard is excellent. It's a SteelSeries keyboard. The backlight is very good. The functionality on the keyboard is excellent. And the touchpad is also glass and feels good to move around, but harder to click. I don't like the click on it, if I'm being honest. It's kind of a mushy click. Also, the tap to click does not seem to be working properly. I don't know why. Nice. Icy Spicy says, oh my God, you still alive? 4 hours already, my man. I know, right? I do a lot, long live streams. My voice is going out too. All right, so we'll go like this. We'll let this rotate. For at least one full rotation. Then we'll turn off the lights. All right, let's go turn off the lights now. Nice. It's looking very good. I'll slide it over here a little bit. I'm going to focus this on the display. This shot this time around. Beautiful RGB keyboard, translucent WASD keys, kind of a shiny keyboard too. It looks really good when light reflects off of it in the right way. You got the front RGB strip that changes colors. All right, let's go to our top down. Okay, it's not transmitting. My kitty cat unplugged the camera. Rocky is an imperfect camera assistant, unfortunately. He's still learning. All right, so there's the top down. And let me go ahead and just scoot these off to the side for right now. Looks like I might need to clean the lens a little bit. see if we can get a little bit better shot as it spins. I really like the spinning top-down shot for my intro music montages. Just leave it for right now. Beautiful RGB. All right, I think the last thing to do would be turn this off and get just a straight top down. So looking at the functionality here, you have all these extra lights on the keyboard, like the mute button, the volume up and down, the microphone mute also has an RGB light. So as caps lock, FN lock, mute, microphone mute, caps lock, num lock, all these have little status indicator lights. That is really cool. I love to see that. All of the secondary functions are lit up. The overall brightness has four different brightness levels. So max, high, medium, low, off. And so it's easy to turn the lights on and off if you want. And then in terms of functionality on the keys itself, there's some good functionality here. We have FN lock key, mute, volume down, up, trackpad, disable, microphone on and off, Bluetooth on off, MSI center, RGB lighting, 4 key brightnesses, display brightness, and monitor switch. F12 has nothing, they could add something here. Scroll lock, insert, delete, print screen, page up, page down, home and end as alternative keys, num lock, home, end, page up, page down, and you get a very full-size number pad for the most part. It's a very nice number pad size. And the actual key spacing is nice, and it feels very good to type on. It's one of the top laptops for typing. Lots and lots of text, especially having the larger number pad. The only thing I would say I wish was that the arrow keys were brought down. So as they are right now, you can see the arrow keys are lodged in here. I wish they were just like down a half inch, so they're separated and easier to find. But other than that, I think the keyboard layout is almost perfect. Then there's the fingerprint sensor right here. And the trackpad, I feel like could also be a little bit better, but most importantly, the clickability of the trackpad needs to be improved. It's kind of a mushy feeling to me. It doesn't click as well as it should. And I don't know. I guess it's not bad. It's certainly very usable. I think once you get used to it, it'd be very good. But I'm not used to it, and I was hard to click a couple things with it. Anyway, so cool. Got everything there. Let's go ahead and do our summary review. But first, let me run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. I'll leave the mic here so you know you're not coming with me. All right. Here we are. Okay, let's get our final summary review on. Okay. So, after spending over 4 hours testing this out, of course I've spent many hours testing this out before this as well, but we've done even more detailed testing during this time. Let's get into the final summary review. So, what's up and welcome to my final summary review of the MSI Raider 18HX. This is a ultra high performance, ultra premium gaming laptop from MSI, costs over $4,000 for retail price point, and it has some glaring flaws, but also some very great aspects to it as well. So the biggest flaw is the bloom on the mini LED display. I showcased this against an OLED as well as the SCAR 18 mini LED. There's more bloom on this compared especially to the SCAR. In brighter environments, you don't notice it that much. And also I think the camera picks up the bloom more than the human eye does. So yeah, I would say that that is the biggest negative to this laptop. The other big negative is screen tearing because this does not have G-Sync and it doesn't have Advanced Optimus, so you have to restart a little more often, but the screen tearing can be very, very noticeable in some games and hardly noticeable in others. But basically screen tearing is the screen is being drawn in, the frame is being delivered to the screen, and then part of the way through a new frame is being delivered and it interrupts the existing frame being drawn on, and you end up with partially drawn on frames sometimes. So you can add V-Sync to make sure the frames are drawn in correctly, but that limits your frame rate to a certain FPS cap, typically like 60, 30, 45, 120, whatever you set it to. But typically, screen tearing only becomes a major problem when you're dealing with less than 100 FPS. If you're doing 100, 120 FPS, screen tearing is very minimal. G-Sync becomes less important. So as long as you can optimize your games, you know how to drop your settings to medium, high, drop upscaling down from quality to balanced, whatever, to get you that optimal frame rate, screen tearing aspect here is not a deal breaker for advanced users. Casual users who don't know what they're doing, though, will be like, why is my game screen tearing? Why are these weird artifacts on here? It doesn't happen to other laptops. So that's why I recommend MSI to get G-Sync back on these laptops. They need to be, I don't know, has MSI ever had G-Sync? But they haven't had it for a long time now. I don't remember if they ever had it, but G-Sync needs to be added. Now, performance-wise, very good performance in basically everything we tested today, and very optimized game performance in particular across the entire game suite was above average compared to the other RTX 5080s I've tested, with the exception of the 9955 HX3D and the kind of semi-overpowered Legion Pro 7i. Now, on ports on here, we have excellent ports, 2 Thunderbolt 5s, we've got 3 USB-A 3.2 Gen 2s, a full-size SD card slot, HDMI 2.1, Ethernet port. It's all very good. RGB on here is gorgeous. It's bright. I do think they could do more with it. A brighter RGB bar in front. I think they could do something on the back, or they could refine the style of the laptop itself and make it better. Removing the bottom was surprisingly easier than I thought because it pops off fairly easily, but there's a lot of screws. Upgrading it on the inside, there's 2 SSD slots, 1 Gen 5, 1 Gen 4. It comes with a 4 terabyte Gen 5 in my case, I think 1 Gen 5 SSD. I don't know. It could be 2 Gen 4s in RAID 0, but I don't know. We had a total of, I think, 6 terabytes of SSD space in here, but this is a review unit. I don't think you're going to get the same on here. Either way, the SSD was super fast, 12,000. That's very bad. I very poorly explained that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. I actually should probably take the bottom off and actually look at the physical drives to see what they got going on. But there's a Samsung drive and there's a Phison 2 terabyte drive, and I think the Samsung is the only one that is currently being read by the operating system at 4 terabytes. So yeah, because otherwise RAID 0 would show us like double the speed of the read and half the speed on the write, which we didn't see that today. So I see people asking questions, but I'll take questions at the end after I complete the summary here, okay? All right, so flex test, I feel like this thing could be stiffer, a little more support here in the middle, and maybe a couple more reinforcing spots inside the chassis would make this chassis a bit stiffer. Hinge-wise, it's a concern point, but the hinge feels sturdy and strong. Time will tell how well it holds up. MSI has definitely had a history of failed hinges, so I'm really hoping they've nailed the hinge going forward. And I'm speaking with experience because I've had an MSI laptop where the hinge failed. My dad has had an MSI laptop where the hinge failed. Repairing it was very easy for my dad. He just sent it back to the MSI repair center. They sent it back to him within a couple days. It was very quick, but yeah, can be annoying. So I do recommend an extended warranty if you're gonna get the MSI laptop, because the hinge fails usually 1 to 3 years in, depending on how many times you use it. Webcam on here, 1080p infrared. Windows Hello works great for the touchpad as well as the camera. And the camera quality was just good. Nothing amazing. It'll work fine for Skype and other stuff, but I still want better webcam quality. Display nits brightness, we got 670 nits peak brightness with I think 95% of the P3 color gamut in my Spider 5 Elite test, so I wish it had a little better color gamut on there. And of course the bloom test, very bloomy display, the most bloomy mini LED display that I've tested. 8 to 64 RAM speed was very fast, over 90,000 read, write, and copy with decent latency. We've got 64 gigs of 6400 megatransfer memory. So excellent overall RAM speed. Blender benchmarks were very good for a 5080, right in line with what you'd expect. CrystalDiskMark, like I said, was very good. 12,000 for the write, 8,000 or 9,000 for the read. CrystalDiskMark, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the SSDs. I need to get some clarification there. We already did CrystalDiskMark. Cinebench R24 and R23 had good performance, but not great. We didn't undervolt this. We could have. We went into the BIOS. There's tons of BIOS settings with this laptop. You've got XMP profiles, memory tuning. You've got CPU power limit changing or control of the power limit. You've got short and long power limits. You've got undervolting on all the different aspects for whatever range you want to set it to. There's more customization in the MSI Advanced BIOS than any laptop I've seen before. Now the new combination, I had to literally figure this out in the middle of the live stream, the new combination to get into the MSI Advanced BIOS is right Copilot key, right shift, left Alt, and F2, and you hold those in the correct order and you get your advanced BIOS settings to pop up. Yeah. Speaker test, up to 94 decibels, very, very loud, and pretty dang clear audio for the mids and highs, and the bass was also pretty thumpy. So I do like the speakers in here. We have Dyne audio with Nahimic to adjust your audio profiles. I do think the clarity could still get better, and that's the main reason why I believe I gave these an 8.8 or an 8.9, so not quite into the 9 territory, but it's still very, very good and better than the Scar, but not as good as the Blade 18 or MacBook Pro. Baldur's Gate 3, excellent FPS, 4K, and QHD. Expedition 33, however, 4K, the FPS was too low, I think. We're only getting about 47 FPS in our test. It's playable. Don't get me wrong, it's playable. But without G-Sync, 47 FPS is not very great. You know, with screen tearing potentially playing a factor, as well as just you needing to react to enemies attacking you with quick parry actions, you know, so you really want a smoother frame rate, at least 60 consistent FPS. So you gotta down some settings to get 4K above 60 FPS, or you can go to QHD, and I think we got right around 69 FPS in our benchmark, which was still very good. Now, Counter-Strike 2, 4K, we did, well, I think, over 400 FPS in the benchmark. At QHD, we did 530 something FPS, I believe. absolutely crushed Counter-Strike 2, no problem. Cyberpunk 2077 had not good enough performance at 4K to warrant playing at 4K without adjusting the settings. Probably just turning off ray tracing would make it great if you want to stay to the 4K, or you can go down to the QHD, and it still looks very good. That's the thing I would say about the 4K display, is that you can drop this to QHD and the gameplay still looks very crisp, looks very similar to native QHD. And then when you go to do your video editing or Photoshop, you can up it all the way to the 4K resolution for the extra detail on the fine still images. I think that's really where you're going to see the differences. Or maybe when you're watching 4K movies with very high bit rates, like a Blu-ray or something like that, then you're going to see that improvement. But without extremely high bit rate clarity things, you know, it's hard to tell the difference between 4K DLSS quality and QHD DLSS quality. You know, it's going to look very, very similar. Or 4K balance versus QHD plus at DLSS quality. You know, you go to DLAA, that's where you might start seeing some of the differences there. But this is going to struggle to use DLAA with 4K in the latest titles on the highest settings. So you're going to have to make some settings adjustments if you want to use DLAA, but it's definitely possible in a lot of games. So Doom Dark Ages, great performance at 4K and QHD. Definitely going to be playable at 4K and QHD, but maybe you want to turn settings down just a little bit, because we are on Ultra Nightmare with no path tracing. But you know, you go to like just Ultra or something, you're probably going to be crushing it on the FPS even at 4K. God of War ran great at 4K or QHD plus, no issues there. Hogwarts surprisingly ran great at 4K. I was really surprised, actually. It ran better than some laptops did at QHD, probably because we're very CPU bound in Hogwarts, and 4K makes it a little bit more GPU bound, which allows the GPU to really stretch its legs a little bit better. But very good FPS. I think over 120 at 4K and 200 or so at QHD. Monster Hunter Wilds, we crashed in the benchmark. I decided to just skip it because it takes so long to load. Starfield was very playable at QHD or 4K, but screen tearing was very apparent in Starfield and The Witcher 3. So that's where you're going to want to make sure you're getting at least 120 FPS to reduce the screen tearing as much as possible. And that's also where I would say G-Sync is just going to really shine in certain titles. Your mileage will vary. Like, I didn't notice the screen tearing almost at all in Expedition 33, even though we're only getting 47 FPS. But in Starfield and Witcher 3, even we were just struggling. It was very apparent, the screen tearing. So it will vary a lot by game and game engine and how the frames are drawn in and all that. But Starfield was very playable at 4K or QHD plus, depending on the settings. Witcher 3 also struggled at 4K. It shows you how hard Witcher 3 is to run now, especially after adding ray tracing in there. So you're going to have to optimize The Witcher 3 to like medium settings with DLSS maybe on balanced and turn off ray tracing. And then we were doing about 120 FPS. So it's certainly possible to get a great experience in every single title, I think, at 4K with a little bit of optimization. So 4K gaming on an RTX 5080, extremely possible. Very, very reasonable. And with 16 gigs of VRAM, I don't think we ran into any VRAM stuttering even at 4K in any of the titles, to the best of my knowledge. So I think 4K on an RTX 5080 is going to be great for most games. Just the most demanding titles, so you're going to need to turn that sucker down. And maybe eventually textures will also have to go down to like medium or high instead of ultra once you run into some VRAM stuttering, which will eventually happen, but this has 16 gigs of VRAM, so you're going to be good for a while in the vast majority of titles. So overall, how does the Raider stack up against the competition? I talked about this. We got the Scar 18, the Legion 9i, a lot of the other laptops feature less bloom, and they have G-Sync. And those two things alone, I think, make the Raider a tougher laptop for a lot of gamers to buy, because they want those two features, like less bloom and G-Sync. And I think those are two things that MSI has really got to work on. Now, I think if you could get this on a great sale, it's still a great laptop and worth a buy, especially if it's cheaper in your country. Performance, was great. Upgradability was great. Thermals were like amazing. We were getting like in the 60s for almost all the games on max fans. If we didn't have max fans, then obviously the fan noise would be way less and the performance would still be about the same, but temperatures would probably be 10 degrees warmer or something, depending on what you set for the fans. But yeah, this is the kind of laptop that could go to 250 watts, probably on the GPU when you're running at max fans or with an air cooler. This thing's designed to just crank through 175 watts, no problem on the GPU. So adding some extra wattage in there would probably be just fine on this guy. I don't know what the resistor situation is for shunt modding this, but this is definitely the kind of laptop that has the cooling capability to handle a shunt modded probably RTX 5080 or 5090 to go to a little higher wattage, like 200 or maybe 250 watts, depending on if it's a 5090 or 5080, I don't know. That's kind of all theoretical until someone actually does it, which I wouldn't be surprised if someone shunt mods this laptop. I cannot do this because this is a review unit sent over from MSI though. But I might be shunt modding some of the other laptops that I'm allowed to do it on. The brands say it's okay, so maybe some shunt mod live streams may be in the cards at some point if I can get everything ironed out and do some practice off live stream first. But anyway, MSI Raider 18HX, if you know how to get by, so MSI Raider 18HX, if you can deal with the screen tearing and you don't mind some bloom on the display, it's a great laptop. Those are the two basically Achilles heels of this machine. If MSI fixes those two things, this thing's just got great cooling, great ports, great keyboard, trackpad, glass, feels very good and very clickable. The display, when you're not looking at dark stuff, is amazing, and the webcam is decent. Lots of I/O and lots of great premium features on this, including the improved speakers. I mean, there's not a lot to hate about this machine, and there's a lot to love. There's just those like couple of key things that are like dagger in the heart for some people. So if you're one of those people, definitely skip this one and go to the next one. But if you can get by without G-Sync and without the bloom being a deal breaker, then yeah, this is a great machine for you. And that is going to vary a lot from person to person though. So your mileage will vary with the MSI Raider 18HX. It's certainly one to look out for if it goes on sale and it's undercutting the competition, but it's not at the top of my recommended laptop list for this year because especially the lack of G-Sync and the bloom on the 4K display. If you can buy this with the QHD 240Hz IPS display, you won't have bloom, and the fact that it's 240Hz will make the lack of G-Sync even less of a big deal. So then it becomes even, I think, a little bit more realistic as a top contender in the market. Yeah, all right. So let me take a couple questions and then we'll end the live stream there. Thanks for watching the final summer review. We'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Okay, let me check. All right, Syrian Gamer asks, what's your opinion on the Legion 5i RTX 4060 in 2025? If it has a full HD display, it'll be great. If it's QHD display, you'll have to do a lot of optimization with a 4060. Darian says, thanks for the review. Best reviewer of all time. I appreciate the kind comment. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. We are at almost 5 hours into this live stream. I hope you enjoyed all of these juicy benchmarks and details and live testing, including the crashes and all the troubleshooting that we had to do to deal with all that stuff. So thank you for your patience, and we'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah. Jay says, when will we get the Acer Predator Helio 16 AI 5090 review? You're going to have to ask Acer that. Send an email to Acer Marketing. Send Gizmo Slip Tech laptops, please. We want to see him test your laptops. And maybe they'll send me some stuff. But I've pinged them a couple times asking for review units, but I haven't gotten anything sent to me yet, though they do sound like they're planning to send some review units when they have some available. So maybe in the next month or two, Acer will send me something. Okay, see you in the next one. Brandon out.